Hi, welcome back to the Save the Frogs World Summit, Round 3. Hello, Elmer. How's it going, Linda? Thanks for being here. And everyone else, if you want to turn your video on, you can. Linda, cool photo. Looks like a familiar frog. All right, everyone chat in where in the world you are if you have not done so, or even if you have. I'm in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. We have David Montiel in Villahermosa, Tabasco, Mexico. And David, I believe, will be speaking in Spanish. Pero si David quiere hablar en inglés, porque yo pienso que su inglés es mejor que piensa, estás bienvenido. Pero si habla en español, puedes. Y si personas quieren un traducir, if anyone wants some translation, let me know. I'll either chat in some translations or I'll try to find the Zoom feature that allows translation. So it is officially 5:30 p.m. Los Angeles. I'm going to turn it over to David. David, you are live. I think you were going to send me some a slideshow. I don't know if I got that. David, no tengo su PowerPoint.
No,
Deborah.
va a ser without PowerPoint.
Okay, good. Habla mejor. Okay, entonces es todo tuya.
Okay. Hello everyone. ¿Cómo están? I'm
Good.
David Montiel, soy David Montiel. Voy a estar hablando en español un poco despacio para que puedan entender y bueno, algunas cosas en inglés también. Mucho gusto. Yo estoy en Villahermosa, México. Villahermosa es en el sureste y es una zona tropical, por supuesto, muy rico en fauna, en flora, en anfibios, y parte del trabajo que hago como biólogo es promover la educación ambiental. Con Kerry, que es alguien que yo admiro mucho, de todo el trabajo que está haciendo en el mundo, a mí me inspira ese tipo de liderazgos porque lo que yo hago en México es justamente eso, inspire new leaderships, jóvenes que tengan la iniciativa de ayudar al planeta. Hoy viernes está también habiendo al mismo tiempo una revolución, Eco Revolution, con Fridays for the Future y todo este movimiento de Stop Global Warming y poder trabajar ideas más concretas que puedan terminar siendo proyectos de política pública, que se sumen los gobiernos, la academia, las NGOs, ciudadanía, todos trabajando en conjunto. Quiero iniciar mi plática con la Agenda 2030, por supuesto. Lo que tenemos que hacer nosotros desde la conservación es poder incidir en los ODS. La Agenda 2030, que es un proyecto mundial de 17 objetivos, 17 metas que busquen ayudar al planeta, por supuesto, desde erradicar la pobreza hasta la conservación ambiental. Mi tema, la plática que yo les quiero compartir es sobre comunicación, estrategias de comunicación sobre proyectos ambientales. Tenemos mucho acceso, cada día que pasa tenemos más acceso a las redes sociales, a un smartphone, internet, aplicaciones, noticias, noticias, noticias. ¿Qué pasa? Que muchas veces no compartimos información que no beneficia o que no ayuda. Lo estamos viendo con la pandemia, con el COVID. Hay mucha información falsa en las redes. Entonces nosotros como líderes que estamos trabajando, inspirando a más líderes, a más jóvenes, a voluntarios, tenemos que hacer información efectiva. ¿Cómo podemos atraer gente a que se sumen a nuestras causas? ¿De qué manera? How can I help to other people to change the channel, cambiar hacia propositivo, ser más propositivos? empezaría diciendo que las redes sociales pueden ser, social networks could be a positive way or negative way. La manera en que nosotros usamos una aplicación nos servirá para transmitir lo que estamos haciendo. Save the Frogs, por ejemplo, es un gran ejemplo de la plataforma de website savethefrogs.com o las pláticas de Zoom, todo estos contenidos virtuales que están al acceso de las personas nos ayuda a crear community, to create community de gente que quiera participar. Tenemos que, nuestro compromiso es poder crear contenido, hacer información para la gente, hacer proyectos para la gente. ¿Cómo empezar? How can I start? So we need to create an agenda, planificar, planning, mes con mes, actividades que nos puedan ayudar. Por ejemplo, hoy es Save the Frogs Day, entonces partiendo de ahí está este summit donde podemos compartir con expertos de todo el mundo. En mayo vienen otras celebraciones, en junio es el Día Mundial del Medio Ambiente, entonces nosotros como ambientalistas tenemos que hacer una agenda con actividades, pequeños foros, pláticas virtuales en estas plataformas, blogs, write blogs, obviamente estar subiendo contenido en Instagram, en Twitter, en Facebook, porque la gente empieza a sumarse al movimiento, usar hashtags. Los hashtags en las redes sociales nos ayudan a que la gente pueda, por ejemplo, si usamos hashtag Save the Frogs, es para la gente que le interesa el tema de salvar anfibios, de conservación, y nos vamos conociendo, nos vamos haciendo grupo, making a big group para poder hacer proyectos. Otra de las ideas que les quiero compartir es que ya no tenemos divisiones geográficas. Por ejemplo, yo estoy en Villahermosa, en México, pero ahora estoy platicando con gente de todo el mundo y ya estamos hablando de un planeta, de un solo lugar. Entonces, nuestros proyectos tenemos que tener esa visión de que sean proyectos de impacto global. Global impact with local action. Es lo que necesitamos y la Agenda 2030, si no la conocen, pueden buscar, es un programa de Naciones Unidas que marca los 17 objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y cada objetivo nos va a ayudar a crear material didáctico, educativo para poder compartir con la gente. For example, this is the objective 14, flora and fauna, quality and education is the number 4. This is one of my favorites, the number 13, action for the climate, and the others. So this is a interesting program para crear contenido para nuestros proyectos. Save the Frogs a mí me parece una plataforma muy interesante porque por medio del tema de los anfibios podemos crear una cultura ambiental con todo lo que gira alrededor. Seres humanos, humedales, tierra, ecosistemas terrestres, otros animales. Los anfibios nos ayudan como una especie bandera para proteger más especies. Si bien las cifras para el mundo son tristes, porque cada vez más están desapareciendo diferentes especies de fauna y de flora, también en los anfibios están desapareciendo especies de anfibios, y de qué manera nosotros podemos crear make conscience para protegerlos. Creo que la educación ambiental es la herramienta más fuerte, más poderosa para crear conciencia, para trabajar desde niños, jóvenes, adultos, gobierno, instituciones educativas, empresas, ONGs, por supuesto, y por medio de la educación ambiental nosotros podemos hacer comunidad. Es muy difícil, pero es necesario. Entonces, ¿cómo nosotros solos no podemos hacerlo todo. A veces uno de los errores que tenemos como ambientalistas es como abarcar mucho. Lo que tenemos que formar ahorita con toda la pandemia, con esta nueva revolución, eco-revolution, es inspire a new leaderships, nuevas personas que se empoderen y que creen proyectos. Nosotros, Carrie, me, estamos all the time, we are all the time inspiring other people's, helping other people's to create their projects, y juntos and together make a big, big voice for the world. So this is, I think that is the most powerful skill for all the ecologists, for example. ¿Qué más me gustaría abordar? Usemos redes sociales, impactemos en redes sociales. Me gustaría mucho también que podamos estar subiendo dinámicas, challenge, eco challenge in social networks, for example, Instagram have a lot of funny challenge. Why not create an eco challenge for other people and make a big noise? Me encanta la idea de poder generar contenido. Esa es la importancia de que nuestros proyectos tengan un impacto tanto en la vida real como en las redes sociales. Les repito, hay mucha información que circula en la red que mucha es negativa. ¿Cómo saberlo? ¿Cómo detectar? Cuando compartimos una información, siempre, nunca duden, siempre tenemos que ver la fuente, de dónde viene esa información. Es importante, por ejemplo, ubicarnos con... Este es un ejemplo que a mí me encanta. La revista de Save the Frogs, donde mucha gente, muchos expertos comparten sus artículos. También es importante, si a ustedes les gusta escribir o hacer blogs, también compartirlo. Y entonces creamos documentos, material, archivos que sirvan para otras personas. Entonces, una pregunta que a mí me hacen todo el tiempo, one question that many people ask me all the time, is about how can I get start a new project, environmental project. So you need to saber, you need to know what is your cause. ¿Qué te mueve? Por ejemplo, los anfibios, por ejemplo, los humedales, por ejemplo, el cambio climático. Entonces, con tu causa, tú puedes empezar a crear proyectos. Número 2, usar la Agenda 2030 como un recurso didáctico para que tu proyecto pueda impactar de manera positiva. For example, all these activities in these days, today and tomorrow, is around this objective, action for the climate. And now, obviously, the number 4, education, quality education. So we need to educate people all the time about these topics, about cómo podemos ayudar. También yo, por ejemplo, de manera personal me gustaría compartirles que trabajamos creando documentos, creando, por ejemplo, materiales, escribir. This is a project of environmental poems about animals in danger of extinct. For example, look my, for example, these poems of animals, and the kids can know about these animals like jaguar, like turtles, like manatees, and we work environmental education with this material. So we need to create all the time this kind of things for help to other people for start environmental projects. So it's necessary that we need to prepare every time, estar actualizándonos todo el tiempo, tomando cursos, yendo a congresos, a eventos, para estar en constante aprendizaje. Todo el tiempo estamos aprendiendo. Todos los días aprendemos algo nuevo. Mi invitación para ustedes hoy en el Día Mundial de los Anfibios es eso, que nunca dejemos de aprender. Todos los días algo nuevo nos servirá para nuestro trabajo diario. todos los ambientalistas estamos más conectados ahora porque el trabajo que viene después de esta pandemia que estamos atravesando en todos los países, en todo el mundo, nos va a transformar como seres humanos. El mundo no va a ser igual como lo conocimos ayer. Entonces, nuestro trabajo va a consistir en poder ayudar a las personas con acercarles los proyectos ambientales. Va a haber más trabajo, va a haber más conciencia y va a haber cada vez más gente interesada en salvar el mundo. Todos lo hacemos desde nuestras áreas, pero ahora más gente va a querer también colaborar. Entonces, we need to start ready, preparate for help to the world, to save the world together. So, this is my participation. If someone have a question or comment, Kerry, ¿puedo interactúa a las personas o yo sigo hablando o hay un espacio como de preguntas?
Podemos tomar preguntas y si no hay no preguntas, puedes continuar.
Ok. ¿Sí me han
People,
entendido? ¿Sí han entendido en español?
yo sí, seguro que personas entendieron.
Ok.
Sí, es que
Al final es un mensaje de esperanzador. Es un mensaje, oh, aquí.
they want to know who's the author of Fauna.
Ah,
And
it's me, David Montiel.
so, yeah, can you read us another poema? Yo y David tuvimos un Instagram live. We did an Instagram live a week ago, and he read some fauna. So, perhaps un otro página de fauna, por favor.
Kerry, se me
Yeah.
ocurre algo muy interesante que no estaba planeado, pero ahora creo que puede ser algo muy bueno. Se me ocurre y comentarlo aquí contigo. Puedo compartirte fauna en digital book para poderlo subir a la plataforma de Save the Frogs como un material para que la gente lo pueda leer, lo pueda descargar y pueda utilizarlo para sus trabajos ambientales, porque miren, tiene una sección para que los niños puedan pintar los animales. Entonces, es una herramienta muy buena para trabajar educación ambiental. Look at this. I can share this book with
Okay.
Gary Krieger for
Thank.
uploading to the platform Save the Frogs, the digital book for everyone. It's a gift de mí para ustedes.
Thank you. It sounds like he has a digital version that he will let Save the Frogs use. And I will put it in Save the Frogs Academy in the Mexico course. So, anyone out there, if you have not yet gotten a Save the Frogs Academy account or a Save the Frogs account so that you can access Save the Frogs Academy, just go to savethefrogs.com/academy. You can get 28 days free, full access, or even better, become a Save the Frogs member, which is $100 per year or $10 per month. So $10 a month to be helping out a lot of Save the Frogs projects that also sponsors a scholarship for somebody in need so that they can get a Save the Frogs membership if they cannot afford it. And it also gets you a lot of education about amphibians. So, gracias, David, por
Thank
favor.
you.
Libro.
Linda, hi Linda. El libro tiene animales de México, the south of Mexico, the tropical zone, my favorite zone of all Mexico. Son animales tropicales que hay en esta zona donde es Tabasco, Chiapas, Quintana Roo, Yucatán, Campeche, all the south zone. This is an animals of this zone. And it's an interesting book for work with kids for environmental education. Gracias, Linda. Margot, I'm sorry, I gotta go. Okay, Margot, thank you for watching. And who is the author? Okay, me, it's me. And Peter, hi Peter. Who is the author? Okay, can you give an example for a poem? You wanna listen a poem?
Hear it.
Ok, les voy a compartir uno pequeño solo. A ver.
Y primera el foto del animal.
The guacamaya.
Guacamaya. Okay.
Okay. How do you say guacamaya in English?
I believe a parrot
Ah, yeah, of course.
or a macaw. A parrot.
Guacamaya. En tus plumas reflejas alegría y libertad. Color rojo escarlata, verde y azul. Se impone tu presencia en la selva cuando empiezas con tus alas a volar. Algarabía y fiesta dejas a tu paso, con un canto ruidoso y silueta encendida. Alegras las ramas de los árboles más altos, en la oscuridad eres una vela prendida. Vuelas alto como el papagayo, con ese apodo también te nombran. Eres una especie en peligro de desaparecer, lo que mucha gente aún ignora. Eres una sobreviviente del Usumacinta, tolerando la destrucción de tu hábitat, la captura, el comercio ilegal y sin duda el fuerte impacto ambiental. Ante las adversidades nos enseñas fortaleza, a ser guerreros en la selva de concreto, valorar tu presencia y tu importancia, protegerte y conservarte es ahora todo un reto. This is a poem of Parrot. So it's for kids, and later when you finish to read the poem, you can draw. Let me. You can draw the animal like this. So this is a gift for all everyone. Carrie, te lo voy a mandar por mail para que ya tengan el libro digital y lo podamos compartir con todas las personas. Muchas gracias, muchas felicidades, Carrie, por esta iniciativa de conectar a la gente en todo el mundo. Sabes que te admiro mucho, me encanta tu trabajo y siempre vamos a ser grandes amigos y grandes aliados por el planeta. Les decía en la plática, cada vez más tenemos que conectarnos, estar más unidos para trabajar juntos desde las áreas, desde nuestros países, desde nuestras ciudades, poder estar actuando y que llenemos siempre las redes sociales con información que a la gente les pueda servir, que a la gente les inspire, que a la gente pueda interactuar y que las personas cada vez más estén accionando a favor de nuestro planeta. El planeta nos necesita más que nunca y tenemos que demostrar de qué estamos hechos los seres humanos. Más conciencia, más amor, más felicidad y más conexión con la naturaleza. Ese es mi mensaje que quería compartirles hoy. Gracias por el espacio, gracias por escuchar y gracias por conectarse y gracias por aprender un poco de español, in Spanglish with me. Sorry, but ya Kerry nos ayudará con las traducciones. Gracias. Espero, I hope to understand me in Spanish. Es un mensaje de trabajo y seguiremos cada vez más haciendo proyectos. Así que si quieren contactarme, cuando quieran venir a México, cuando quieran venir a Villahermosa, podemos hacer algo juntos. Yo soy David Montiel. Mis redes sociales es soy David Montiel, así me encuentran en YouTube, en Spotify. I have my channel of podcast. The name is Eco Podcast. I have nine episodes, so, donde hablamos de medio ambiente, hablamos de ecología en Spotify y en iTunes. El Eco Podcast. Let me put the name here. Eco Podcast is the name of my podcast.
I sent it. Low
Okay,
mind.
thank you, Kerry. So,
Okay.
pueden estar escuchando los episodios, son muy divertidos y aprendemos de medio ambiente. Ese es el mensaje, invitarlos a que estén creando contenido en las redes sociales, blogs, websites, podcasts, videos on YouTube, tweets, stories on Instagram, mover mucho redes sociales haciendo conciencia ambiental. Thank you so much. Kerry, thank you.
De nada. Yo tengo una pregunta y
Adelante.
primera en inglés. David has founded Habitat for the Future. Recently, he used to work for or with La Ciudad Verde MX. So I want to ask him what his plans are with Habitat for the Future. Que dije estaba trabajando con la Ciudad Verde MX y ahora estás fundador de Habitat for the Future. Entonces, ¿qué es tu plane por Habitat for the Future?
Can you repeat me the final question, please?
Habitat for the Future. ¿Qué es tu plane o qué es diferente que tus
Okay.
proyectos antes?
Thank you. La Ciudad Verde es una organización international NGO donde pudimos hacer la sede en México. Es un proyecto que nace en Colombia y es la Ciudad Verde Colombia, la Ciudad Verde Ecuador, la Ciudad Verde México y es un proyecto de urbanismo táctico, de crear comunidades sustentables, sostenibles. Muy bonito con lunes de ciudad, con proyectos ciudadanos. Y este nuevo proyecto que empezamos en enero se llama Habitat for the Future y es un proyecto más ambiental con dos objetivos. El primero es conservación de fauna, trabajar específicamente con fauna en peligro de extinción. Ese es uno de los proyectos. Y el segundo, que me gusta muchísimo, es llevar agua, filtros de agua a comunidades que no tienen acceso a este líquido vital. Hay comunidades en donde yo vivo que la gente se está muriendo porque no tienen acceso al agua y toman agua del río contaminado y esa es el agua con la que cocinan, el agua que toman, el agua con la que se bañan y es gente que está padeciendo enfermedades y muerte por consumir agua contaminada. Entonces, Habitat for the Future es un proyecto que creé para poder llevar filtros de agua a comunidades y poder conservar la fauna. Por eso es más específico y la Ciudad Verde, que me encanta también, pero es convivencia, recreación, cultura, arte, música, es muy grande. Y Habitat for the Future es con estos dos objetivos específicos.
Okay.
¿Sí?
Sí, mucho buen suerte con
Thank you so much.
esto y gracias por todo.
Ojalá puedas venir pronto, Kerry, a Villahermosa, ya que pase esto, para que podamos visitar alguna de las comunidades, tú nos acompañes a llevar algún filtro y podamos hacer algunos proyectos aquí en Tabasco nuevamente. Siempre será un placer y siempre toda mi admiración y cariño.
Okay, thank you, David Montiel.
Thank you. Thank
Spent,
you.
I spent a few weeks in Villahermosa, Mexico. We spent a lot of time together and did various Save the Frogs activities
Look,
there.
my Save the Frog brand.
All right.
Ah, y un último comercial. This clothes, esta camisa es artesanos de Tabasco, gente, unas personas que hacen a mano este tipo de camisas, miren, y me arreglé para compartir con ustedes. Esta es artesanía mexicana de la ciudad donde yo vivo y es muy bonito, miren. Gary, te voy a mandar una camisa. I will send you your tu camisa.
Green if possible. No,
Yes. Thank you so much. Y felicidades. Feliz Día de los Anfibios. A protegerlos, a compartir y cuídense mucho. Ya saben, la cuarentena, todos en casa, quédate en casa y podemos aprender muchísimo desde casa todos.
okay. Gracias y adios. Nos vemos. Okay. All right, everyone. If you have questions, send them in. We have 17 minutes before our next speaker being Sarbani Deb Nag from India. We've got 4 Indian presenters coming up. That's in 17 minutes. So right now, send in questions if you have them. I am going to recite some more frog poetry. Let's see what's going on here. All right, anyone with a camera is welcome to turn it on. And Let's get some frog poetry going on here. I think I'll go ahead and share my screen so you can see the Little Book of Frog Poetry, Volume 1, featuring Save the Frogs Poetry Contest poems and Save the Frogs Art Contest art. And let's have some poetry straight out of the USA. Hear them singing sweetly. We got some Bangladeshi frog art in the background there. This one's by Crystal Song from the USA. Cheer up instead of croak, instead of creak. They're slick green frogs that sing so sweet. Hiding in the grass, a frog with bright moony eyes calls out a love song to the soft, dusky skies. But when your children's children can't fall asleep, what will they hear in the night so deep? An emptiness both cold and bleak, where once a sonata pure and sweet chirruped and warbled, hopped and leaped from the throat of a frog, innocent and meek. All right, one more frog poem for now. Frogs Need Help Now by Graciela Chico from the Philippines. Frogs are disappearing quick. You can help them with just one click. Go to SaveTheFrogs.com. Get your frog saving on. All right, we'll continue some frog poetry later on. I'm going to play a video right now. It's in draft mode, as you'll see, because it says draft on it. And it was prepared, at least the video editing, by Elliot Connor, who presented earlier. And this is a public service announcement created by Stanford University many years ago. The Cranky Kids radio show on KZSU 90.1 Stanford Radio. Let's get this on. Get our frog saving on. See, this actually it doesn't. Oh, here we go. All right. See what happens.
Save the Frogs is America's first and only public charity dedicated exclusively to amphibian conservation. Its mission is to protect amphibian populations and to promote a society that respects and appreciates nature and wildlife. The organization works to protect a variety of amphibian species, including frogs, toads, newts, and salamanders. Contributions are always welcome. To donate, go to SaveTheFrogs.com.
All right, that was my first time ever playing a video. Thank you. I guess that came through. That was my first time ever sharing an actual video, so I didn't know if that was going to work. All right, so those were the Cranky Kids from Cranky Kids Radio many years ago. All right, so we have a question, and I do a Q&A tomorrow. So this event started at 12 p.m. Los Angeles time. That was 6 hours ago, and goes until 12 p.m. Los Angeles time the next time that happens, which is about 18 hours from now. So we've got a lot of frog saving happening. We've got several hours of frog saving coming up now, and then we take a break for 10 hours or so and start up again after that. And Let's see. Oh, yes. My point, my reason for telling you that is that I will be on tomorrow, I believe at 11:15 a.m. Los Angeles time for a Q&A, and I'm going to kind of gather up a lot of questions that have been sent in. One of them right now coming from Michelle, who I believe is brand new to Save the Frog. So, welcome, Michelle. What do you think we need to do in our own backyards to save the frogs? I have them outside my window now, chirping. Okay, well, it's a good sign. If they're out there now, then you're probably already doing the right thing, which is as simple as not doing anything, because nature has a way of growing, and places where nature grows are usually good places for frogs. So, protecting habitat, that's number one. Restoring habitat is something you could do. So that could be planting trees, planting native vegetation, removing non-native species, building a frog pond. So we do have a wetland course in Save the Frogs Academy. Not too thorough right now, but we do have a thorough how to build a backyard wetland course in creation right now. It's about halfway done. So that'll be in detail, step by step, how to build a naturally appearing and naturally functioning wetland in your backyard. What's that mean? It means it looks natural, so it's not ugly, and it means it functions like a natural wetland, even if you created it. So those are my top tips. Keep it all natural, keep it vegetated, remove invasive species, build a wetland. And if you already have frogs there, you may not need to do anything because they obviously like it there. Educate your neighbors, because your neighbors may not be so environmentally friendly. They may actually hate frogs. I get emails maybe every couple months about someone who can't stand their neighbor's frogs, or someone with neighbors who can't stand their frogs calling. And I don't really get it, because I like the sound of frogs calling, and usually it's only going to last for a month or so. All right, so we have 9 minutes. Let's take a little musical interlude. Let's see what this message is first. I do want a wetland. Good. 15 toads in the pool. So if that's a pool, then you want to make sure you have a critter skimmer or something like that, so that the animals that end up in your pool can escape. That's usually something like a ramp, so that they can walk out and up the skimmer. All right, gray tree frogs and peepers sounds pretty East Coast to me, and this is the time of year. This is prime time right now for gray tree frogs and spring peepers. All right, good. You got that ramp? Okay. Let's have a little musical interlude. All right, we've got presentations from India coming up. I'm going to play one of the most common and popular classical melodies of northern India, which is called Yaman. Rag Yaman, to be precise. David. That was Rag Yaman from Northern India. Hindustani Sangeet, classical music, Northern India. Thank you, Elmer. All right, Michelle. That is my daily meditation. We've got Sarbani here. I'm gonna make Sarbani the co-host so you can check out your controls, Sarbani. We've got 3 minutes before you start, but go ahead. I'm gonna unspotlight me and Sarbani. Let's see, I'll turn up the sound off. There you go. Now we have returned to frog time. Thank you, Suman. All right, Sarbani, you can unmute yourself once you have control, but you don't have to for 2 more minutes. Let's see. Garbage can of breeding-minded peepers back to the lab. All right. It looks like we have a request for some box beret, which I've never played online before, and I'll only play one line. It may not even come out right, but. Well, the first part was right, but hey, it was by request, so it doesn't have to be perfect. That was for Elmer. All right. So I don't know if that was mean or not, but it was it was close. I didn't have time to think about it. All right, let's get Sarbani on here. Hi, Sarbani. Namaste.
Yeah, namaste.
Hi. Thanks for being here. You are kicking off the India section of the 2020 Save the Frogs World Summit. So you can take it away. Tell us about who you are, what you've done, what you're going to do, and feel free to share your screen if you want to.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Kerry. And it's my pleasure to be here. And I'm associated with Save the Frogs since last year, as we have organized the Save the Frogs World Summit in Kolkata. And that was a grand success. And to tell you the truth, that after that seminar, a lot of people have taken interest in amphibians, and a lot of students have come to me to take up short surveys for their school studies and all, and they have done wonderful job in the studying amphibians. So some of them have gone to Darjeeling, some of them have gone to local ponds and other habitats, and some of them have gone to South India to study frogs. So that's a great success for Save the Frogs in India. And then I started my career as a naturalist, and I had a I still have a very keen interest in knowing the amphibians and reptiles, and that's why I am pretty much in the field, and I have started my career with studying amphibians in Sikkim Himalayas, and then I started the ecological study in salamanders, which is in Darjeeling, and that gave me awesome result. And after that, what I thought, what I'm doing in the field, it should be shared with common people, native people. Otherwise it will be very difficult for them to take measures to save the amphibians with which they're coexisting. So then I have arranged or organized, conducted a number of workshops and school programs, rallies, and everything for the local people wherever I have gone to work. And since then, I'm doing this job, and this thing I have taken up as my career right now. And from last year onwards, I am with Save the Frogs, and it's my pleasure to announce that Save the Frogs India has been officially registered, and we will take up a lot of. We have plans to do a lot of surveys and programs pan India, across India, once the COVID crisis is over. So, with that, I would like to talk about the salamanders in Darjeeling, the high altitude wetlands, and then I would like to talk about a few things that Save the Frogs India wish to do in India. So, with your permission, I can start my PowerPoint presentation. And I have seen, I have seen a lot of people here, and a very good morning from Kolkata to all of you. And I'm starting my presentation then. Okay, so this is about the prospects of Save the Frogs India and a brief note on Himalayan crocodile salamanders. And the right hand side, the picture is of a salamander, and this is a brief account of the species. So earlier it was Tylototriton verrucosus. A very recent genetic study has revealed that this species is a completely different one from the previous one. So now it has been named as Tylototriton himalayanus. So far, 13 species in Southeast Asia have been found, and in India they exist as disjunct populations, right? They are found in Darjeeling Himalayas. They are found in a few places in Arunachal. They are found in a few places in Manipur as well. So the thing is that the Nepal and the Darjeeling population genetic study have been done, and then it has been found that in these two places the salamander is completely different from the other part or the verrucosus. So this is Himalayanus, and we have verrucosus as well in Manipur and Arunachal. So before taking up a genetic survey in Manipur and Arunachal, we can say that India right now has two species of salamanders. And according to IUCN, this is least concern. This is all about the Tylototriton verrucosus species, because the population survey has not been done well in Himalayanus. And this we have our Wildlife Protection Act in India. According to that, this belongs to Schedule 2, which is prohibiting the killing and pet trade of the species. And you can see, if you go to a field in monsoon in Darjeeling, you can see the males and female salamander, and they are well distinguished by their sizes, the adult salamanders. And the peak season of their activity is between April to early September. And in this time, they actually inhabit the high altitude wetlands in Darjeeling. And these wetlands, they may have the water source for the whole of the year, or they have the rainwater pools, puddles, um, temporary, seasonal, but you will find them along the water source, inside the water, during this month, these 4 to 5 months. And you can see a lot of aquatic submerged vegetation in these wetlands, and the leaves and the stems of the wetlands are actually being used as a substrate for laying eggs of the salamanders. And for us, they are defenseless creatures. They are very sluggish on the uh, land, but they are a very good swimmer. I will show you a couple of full pictures where you can see that the tail of a salamander is bilaterally flattened, so they are very good swimmers. And you can see a lot of glands on the salamander's body, which secretes kind of chemical, and that can be used as their defense mechanism. But for us, it's completely defenseless. And on the left hand side, you can see that there is a tea garden, And beneath the tea garden, there is a flattened place, which is the wetland actually. And these wetlands harbors the rainwater coming down from the tea estate, and the rainwater will be there till September, till October first week, and you will see a lot of salamanders in there. They will be found in the water. They will be found in port shipping, egg laying, and you can see the larvae and everything. And this is on the right hand side. This picture is a close up look of the wetland, and these are the submerged vegetation which are being used as the substrate of the salamander to lay eggs. On the left hand side, up top corner, you can see that the female cloacal aperture. The cloaca is the amphibian aperture through which the fecal matter, urine, and the sex cells are passed through the same aperture. And on the right hand side, this is a male cloaca during the peak breeding season. So the female cloaca has a conical protrusion, and the male cloaca is flattened. This is another sexual dimorphism for the salamanders. And in this picture, you can see that this is the egg of the salamander. And they have laid the eggs inside the leaves. And beneath the egg, you can see the water puddle. So when the eggs hatch, the larvae directly falls into the water, and then they grow there. This is the first stage larvae, and this is the adult larva, and this is a tiny salamander which is as long as a matchstick. So this is ready for living the terrestrial life, and this is a gravid female. Uh, Gravid female. I have taken this picture in Jor Pokri, a place in Darjeeling, and Jor Pokri has been assigned as a salamander sanctuary, but right now the problem is Jorpokri doesn't have a single salamander because of the anthropogenic disturbance and man-made, a lot of cemented things and all. So they have beautified the place, and the salamanders are gone. So the salamanders in Darjeeling are facing a lot of threats. I'm coming to that section. um, and this is a very general graph where I can show you that between 1500 to 1600 we have found a lot of breeding habitats. This bar graph, a lot of breeding habitats that is between 1500-meter to 1600-meter altitude. And this is the general map where you can see the Darjeeling, Karsiang, and Kalimpong, these three districts. They have the salamander habitats that's actually distributed in clusters. And now coming to the threats, they're facing a lot of threats. The first one is the habitat fragmentation, and you can see here what's happening. It was a wetland once, and now they're constructing a water reservoir, so the place is gone. And you can see a salamander with malformed eyes, and it's blind basically. So this happens due to the toxic chemicals they're using in tea gardens. And this is a roadkill salamander because the habitats are actually crisscrossed by motorable roads, and when they are passing the roads, they're getting roadkill. So one of the very serious situation for the salamanders. And here once there was a pond, and the pond has been filled up, and we have found a few salamanders there, and the condition of the animals are really really serious. And to aware people about the unique animal we have here in our state, I have written one popular article that was published in a local daily, and people have taken a lot of interest after that. And I took up this survey in 2011 to 2013, and later I went back to Darjeeling, where I have incorporated or engaged local people to clean up the ponds, the habitats, so that the salamanders can breed successfully. And we have a lot of plans to do after this. We have a plan to make an audiovisual to aware people about the salamander situation in Darjeeling. And I've talked about a few students. So this student school in a school of Kolkata, she came to me and she wanted to take up survey in salamanders after attending Save the Frog seminar. So I took her there and she did a wonderful job. And after attending this is the salamander study, and then this fellow, he is a student of school in Kolkata, and he has taken up a survey in Annamalai about the purple frog after being enlightened in Save the Frog seminar. And this link probably I don't have time to show. I will share it with you. And I after that the Save the Frogs kick started in India, and I have taken up a lot of uh, programs, school programs in and around Kolkata. So more than hundreds of students came and participated. They were engaged in different activities, and they created different beautiful posters and everything. And I'm really happy the way Save the Frogs India is going. And these are some future plans for Save the Frogs India. We will conduct awareness programs across India, and that will incorporate the frog watch session, conducting surveys at different places, and monitoring the pond quality, or or constructing ponds, backyard ponds, engaging students in different activities. And we have organized and we will organize online sessions, webinars, seminars, workshops by professionals to actually involve people not only with scientific background, but with others also, since we are coexisting with amphibians and we need to know about them. So that's all for today. And thanks a lot for being with me, and wish you all a very happy Save the Frogs Day.
A huge thank you to Sarbani in India, Sarbani Deb Nag. Can you unshare your screen, please, Sarbani?
Yes.
And if you have a question, send it in. We may not have time. It is now the time for the next talk, actually. Thanks, Sarbani, and thank you so much for organizing the Save the Frogs World Summit in Calcutta. And it's great to hear that a lot of those students are still interested in amphibians and have increased their amphibian conservation activities because of that event.
Yeah, thank you, Kerry. Thanks a lot. Wish you a very successful Save the Frogs Day and World Summit.
All right,
Thank you.
wish you
Yeah,
success, Frogs.
yeah, thank you.
All right,
Bye.
so let's get let's stop the share, and we have Dr. Kartik Vasudevan here. I'm going to ask you to start your video. All right, so Dr. Kartik Vasudevan organized a presentation for me when I was in Hyderabad, India, a couple years ago, and he also helped out with the Save the Frogs World Summit in Calcutta and spoke there. So I'm going to let you take it away. I'm going to unmute you and tell us about yourself and your work, and all about emerging infectious diseases and enigmatic declines. We have you. We need to unmute you. There you go.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you, Kerry, for the introduction, and I'm really happy that I'm part of this Save the Frogs summit. This is the second consecutive year I'm participating in it, and I hope I'll be able to do many more years to come. So thanks for the opportunity, and welcome you to this presentation where I'm going to talk about emerging infectious diseases and enigmatic declines in amphibians. Now, the title itself clearly identifies the scope of this talk, that we are going to talk about the pandemic, which just caused huge declines in amphibians across the world, called chytridiomycosis, and this is a fungal disease, and there can't be a better time to talk about it than when, as humans, we experience an ongoing pandemic. And I just draw some references to what is happening today, to what has happened with amphibians in the last uh, maybe 30 years. So the work on infectious diseases on amphibians in India is very small. We have not done much, but I'm going to present here some work that we did in our lab, and the findings that will encourage us to do more. So I come from this lab called the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. And can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a lab called the Laboratory for the Conservation of Endangered Species. So it's a very focused lab where many endangered species that occur in India are given enough attention so that they can be brought to highlight, where agencies can come and intervene and do justice to conservation of those species. So this is the lab, and it started off in 2007, and I'm part of this lab since 2014. So emerging infectious diseases are well documented. In fact, I just traced recently a paper in 1947. There was an outbreak of anthrax, which was linked to this was in Congo, and it was linked to people making piano keys from ivory, which came from anthrax-infected elephants. So zoonosis and emerging infectious diseases are well documented, and repeatedly people have emphasized that diseases can jump from one host to another, and it can flare up in humans or non-humans, and they have a lot of relationship between um, you know uh, developing resistance, and pathogens become um, you know multi-drug resistant, and they mutate and spread into the population. uh, so if you look at the four maps which are published in 2008, the hotspots are in very important areas of the world, which also have important biodiversity hotspots. So the likelihood where the diseases might emerge occur in these regions. So it's important that these regions become the focus of research um, on transmission of diseases from wildlife to another wild organism or to humans. So it's not new that the expectation that there could be such pandemics is well documented. So another interesting piece of information that's come out more recently is that we expect many pathogens to be bacteria, fungi, bacteria, virus, or protozoans. But it happens that many new emerging diseases are fungal in origin, and they are sweeping the entire globe. With globalization, there's a lot of movement of animals, plants, soil, and this results in a situation where a fungus which probably causes infection to a small population of plant or animal will have an opportunity to occupy different parts of the world where there is sufficient hosts, and they would increase in numbers. So the reports are also increasing, and you can see the surge in reports on animals that are getting infected by fungi. And the chytridomycosis is one such infection. So the attention globally that people have given to these pandemics uh, is uh, quite nice, because it's very important to understand them so that we are able to intervene at the right time and save some of the species that are being impacted. So many reasons have been attributed to emergence of infectious diseases. Majority of them have to do with anthropogenic factors like you know accessing wild organisms, or dealing with them, or eating them, or having cultures of different organisms where you can have some of them escape and cause infections, transportation, uh, pet trade, which is the main reason why chytridomycosis has probably spread all over the world, is due to trade in frogs from Asia to other parts of the world for both pets and frog legs. So, chytridomycosis is touted as the globe's deadliest invasive, and it has moved rapidly in less than a decade and occupied almost every part of the world. It has infected more than 500 species known so far, and many of them, among those 500, are undergoing declines or at the verge of extinction. So it's while amphibians have several other threats like pollution, habitat fragmentation, exploitation, this is another layer of threat that operates on them. And we are just picking the straws in terms of understanding the disease, and trying to make sense out of what is happening, which stage of their life they get affected, what proportion of the populations get affected. So very recently, this Rab's fringe frog, fringe limb tree frog, which was in the zoo, died. It was the last known individual of the species. So such incidents really shake up the fraternity of biologists, and they try to do as much as possible. So this is the culprit. BD is the name of the fungus. It's a scientific name, but you can just call it BD for now. So these small rounds that you see, this is a photograph of the culture plate, and these are photographs taken from online sources or published material, and you can see each one of them are blown up into this image on the right hand side, and this is a zoosporangium, and it's actually bursting out and releasing all the zoospores. So this is the life cycle of this fungus, where it multiplies very fast given the right conditions, and it can broadcast these zoospores, which can live in the soil or in the water and infect other animals. So uh, the fungus itself grows on the skin of the frog. So this is the cross section of the skin of the frog, where you can see already the the tissues are degraded or disintegrated, and you can see these are the zoosporangium. They move up towards the surface of the skin, and then they form tubes, and then they release these zoospores. So you might ask why it's so important for the frogs. Why having a fungus on the skin really troubles them. Uh, all of you might know that the frogs are that frogs have a very sensitive skin. They have skin that is useful to them to excrete, to absorb water, exchange ions. All these things happen through the skin, just like the way it happens in our kidneys. The skin is a very important organ for the frog. So when the fungus infects the skin, it makes the skin dysfunctional, and the uh, the frog undergoes a huge challenge in gaseous exchange and osmoregulation, and it dies due to a failure of the heart. So all this can happen in a very short span of time. So when the infection strikes, many frogs can pass on the infection to other animals, and then very rapidly populations can decline. So another important factor is also that since the fungus grows on the skin, which has a protein called keratin. Keratin is nothing, I mean, we have hair, and that protein is in the hair. So like that, on the skin, we have keratin. So the same keratin is also found in the jaw sheath of the tadpoles. So they are used to, harvest food from the for the tadpoles. So they are in the mouth parts of the tadpoles. So when the fungus infects the tadpoles, it completely destroys the mouth parts of the tadpole. And if this sort of a fungus operates in an area for a few years, you can rapidly see that there is no recruitment into the population, uh, and there is declines over a period of time. So this, the attention of the pandemic is kind of lopsided. A lot of attention has gone into understanding um, the fungus in many parts of the world, but some parts like India or parts of Asia have been largely neglected. And it it also tells us something about the nature of the disease. So you have here in the map different lineages of the fungus, which are mapped into the continents of the world. And you have BD Asia, which is a strain which is responsible for declines in parts of Korea, Japan. Um, you know, so the other lineages are known to be less virulent, except for the global pandemic lineage uh, uh, strain, which spread into North America, South America, and also um, Australia. So, uh, so this scenario presents a situation where the same pathogen may not be as virulent as it manifests itself in different parts of the world. So this big this this allows the pathogen to survive in areas without causing any disease. So these regions, such as Asia, can be called as cold spots of infection. So the fungus and the host, which is the frog, they can just survive with the pathogen, and it might just be uh, you know there could be enough time when the fungus develops a strategy to invade into the frog and cause these infections. So we really don't understand these things well. So for this reason, we thought we should investigate the part of the world that I come from, which is India here. And we have four mega biodiversity hotspots in India. So you have the Western Ghats, the Eastern Himalayas, the Indo-Burma hotspot, which is here. And then a few islands here are part of the Sundaland hotspot. So you have four mega biodiversity hotspots. And when the classification of the mega biodiversity hotspot itself includes several range restricted species, and amphibians rank among the most range restricted among all the vertebrates. So from India, mostly the reports are from the Western Ghats. So the Western Ghats are a chain of mountains on the western coast. They are about 1,800 meters high in the south. And as you go north, they are just about 1,000 meters high. And they're very close to the coast. So essentially, there is a very steep incline on the western side and a very gentle incline on the eastern side, and you have evergreen forests all along the length of this mountain chain. It's about 1,600 kilometers long, and there are discontinuities, and these areas are also places where there is intense agriculture. There are a lot of cash crops like tea, coffee, cardamom that are grown, which cause additional, habitat destruction for these group of animals. So the reports are the first report was in 2011, and then the last one is in 2015, where BD was known to occur in this region, and very few samples were retrieved as positives. So this prompted us to think, well, if it is there in Western Ghats, why not in other places? So we went on to do a pan-India survey and really understand what's happening in this entire region. Because as I told you, we just don't have one region which is very important for amphibians. We have three more regions all around in the country. So this is the team that helped me do this. The four people on top were students who came in and did a lot of field work. Without their contribution, I wouldn't be talking about this work to you. And then GSN Reddy was my lab technical help. So he did a lot of lab work for the project. So we basically divided the entire country into these regions, and we went on to sample each one of these regions, go and investigate in areas where frogs occur, and we collect samples which are swabs from the skin of the frog, and then identify whether the fungus is there or not. So we wanted to address a hypothesis that BD actually came from Asia. So we wanted to sequence the DNA of the fungus and place it in the global phylogeny of BD to show where it actually originated from. So this is the traditional way the samples are collected. There was no deviation from what other people have done. Basically, there were in all about 70 strokes on the skin of the frog, and the swab is run through the body of this animal, and then the frog is released. So once the swab is taken, it is put back into the sleeve and then brought into the lab, and then we investigate. We isolate DNA, and then we do further investigation. And so if you notice in all these pictures, the handler is actually wearing a pair of gloves, and each time a new animal is handled, the gloves are changed so that an animal infected which was handled doesn't transmit the disease to another. So don't have to get intimidated by the slide, but I just wanted to say that we used an approach called nested PCR. So PCR is nothing but polymerase chain reaction. So DNA has this property of unfolding its chain when the temperatures are raised. So they uncoil if you increase the temperature. So PCR essentially replicates DNA. So it makes many copies of the DNA. So what we did was we took the DNA of the fungus, and then we amplified a small region of the DNA. And once we did that, we could identify that the fungus was actually there. And when we make many copies of that particular segment of the DNA, we have a better resolution into understanding the sequence of the BD strain that is involved in the infection. So there is another approach called quantitative PCR. Now this qPCR is nothing but quantitative PCR. It's also called as real-time PCR. So both these methods are used to quantify, to measure occurrence of BD in frogs. So quantitative PCR has the advantage of actually telling how many zoospores or what is the load, the pathogen load on the frog, which normal PCR cannot say. So even in the context of the ongoing pandemic with humans, the coronavirus, they are using qPCR to actually find out, if people have loads of the virus. Now the advantage of qPCR, it's very sensitive. It's much better than the PCR. You can very rarely you can get false negatives. You will always get positives if the animal has the pathogen. So both these methods are used. I'll just tell you why we could not use this method a little later. So we used a variety of analytical tools. I will not elaborate on these, but essentially the results are that we have BD in most parts of the country. So I've just divided them into the regions that I told you a little while ago, that there are different hotspots in the country. So in all of them, you have a small proportion of the population that seems to show the presence of this fungus. Now, what it means is that the, the pathogen does survive in amphibian populations in the entire country. And we did this work even in the islands and in the mountains, in the Himalayas, and in other parts of the country. So in all, we collected about 2,000 samples. So we had 158 positives. The most important thing is that the haplotypes are basically variants of the DNA signatures that we identified in the fungus. So it means that there are small mutations, single base pair changes or a few base pairs changes, which alters the DNA sequence of the fungus. So the reason we have the haplotypes is because the fungus undergoes some mutation and it survives in the wild, and therefore we are able to document them. So these haplotypes seem to indicate that there is a preponderance of these variations in the population of the pathogen, in India. And out of the 57, 46 were unique to India, 11 were shared with other countries. So if you look at it, within India, there are 33 haplotypes in the mainland and 19 haplotypes in the islands. So there are two major haplotypes, and I request you to pay attention to these two, which is IN2 and IN10, and they contributed to 65% of the positives that we got. So, so in all, though there are so many haplotypes, one or two haplotypes form the majority of the variant that occurs in the frogs. So, so the IN2 and IN10 are indicated by these two colors. One is burgundy color and the other is red. So you find them occurring all over the country. So as the circles become big, it essentially means that there are more positives. And as the circles are small, there are very few positives. So for the first time, we have a good idea about what's happening in this part of the world. So when we map the DNA sequence into the global phylogeny, so this Ferris wheel structure that you see here is the most important part of this diagram. So each of these colors indicate different geographic regions, which I've marked below. And what we are doing by joining these circles is showing how far they are genetically. So clearly, the blue ones, which are from India, are clustering around what is called as the global pandemic lineage, right? So it's very important that I mean, this picture reveals that the strain of fungus involved with the population in India is very close to the pathogen that has already caused huge declines elsewhere in the world. So KR is basically Korean haplotypes. And then roughly you can separate the entire group into two halves. IN10 and IN2 are here. These are the major haplotypes that are found in India. And the global pandemic lineage is somewhere here. So essentially, the pathogen, the BD causing, present in India, are very close to the global pandemic lineage that has been identified. So we also have one, a distinct population of haplotype of this BD, which is mutated, and they are very close to what is found in Japan, and so they are quite different. And this is where I think the qPCR has a problem, because the variant that I explained in my previous slide, very close to the Japanese and the Korean lineage, they have mutations where the primers for the qPCR don't bind. Now, when I say primers, they are essentially small fragments, very small sequences synthesized artificially, which go and bind with the DNA and cut the DNA, slice the DNA. So when you don't have those binding sites, it's like a lock and key mechanism. So you should have a specific key to open the lock. So if you don't have that key, the lock will not open. So essentially, the qPCR, which is a much more sensitive method to detect the BD in frogs, does not work in many strains of the BD which are found in India. So we have to invest more into research and understanding how we can develop better methods to detect them, because you can have false positives, which is not good, because the fungus is there and you were not able to see it. So we wanted to culture the fungus and sequence the entire genome of the fungus and be able to figure out how we can do monitoring for the fungus in the populations. So these are the main conclusions which I've already highlighted. So there are ever since this work came out in 2018, we have more studies that have highlighted that Asia probably has the ancestral lineage of the fungus. So over a period of time, the frogs and the fungus have co-evolved, and we don't have infections causing mortality in frogs here. And this becomes an important region to investigate how the frogs have developed resistance, how this can help amphibians which are declining elsewhere in the world. So
Arctic,
yeah,
we need to stop
yeah.
because we are out of time. So I thank you for giving us that thorough look into chytrid and pandemics and Indian amphibians. People, if you have questions, send them in. Perhaps Dr. Kartik can send some text responses. But we are on to our next speaker. So give me 1 second, and we have Anuj Shinde coming up. And Anuj, I'm going to get you on here right now. All right, Anuj, you can now share your screen.
Can you
Right.
guys hear me?
I can hear you. I can see you.
Okay,
So,
now I'm unmuted also. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen right now.
stop that share. You can now share your screen too.
Yeah.
So go ahead, introduce yourself, and tell us about Indian batrachology, the study of amphibians.
So there we are. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah. So hope everyone's having a good time. My name is Anuj Shinde. I'm actually an undergrad zoology student from India. And today I've taken this topic, Indian batrachology on a time scale, where I'm going to talk about the early European taxonomists who had a very big contribution, had a great contribution, and laid a strong foundation for future research in amphibians. And we are also going to wander into the endemic amphibian families of India. So, hope everyone can see the slide and can hear me properly.
We can.
Yeah, so ever since the early 19th century, we see amphibian science or the Indian batrachology has advanced a lot, and a major chunk of recognition do goes to the early European taxonomists. So, for people who don't know, India was ruled by the Britishers for about 190 years, from 1757 to 1947. And around that time, there happened to be some curious, adventurous British officers who wondered what critters lived in the forest near their offices. And they set out on expeditions and uh, uh, week-long explorations in the wild and discovered quite a lot of species. We are going there. So it was also around the same time when Carl Linnaeus, the father of taxonomy, in 1758 he wrote a book called Systema Naturae, which basically introduced us to the binomial nomenclature which we use today. Like you can see here, the tiger. We use the genus name first and the specific epithet after that. So going further, yeah. So now Carl Linnaeus, he published Systema Naturae in 1758, but it was only in the 1799 that the first 5 amphibians from India were officially given a name according to the binomial nomenclature, and it was done by Johann Schneider, a German naturalist who discovered 5 species. These are the illustrations of the 2 of them. So, ever since Johann Schneider, a lot of British officers and European taxonomists came into the scene in natural world essence or life sciences. So, 19th century, the time between 1800s to 1900s, or as I would call it, the era of exploration, because it led to discovery of a lot of species of organisms throughout in the entire world, not just in India. So we have 3 gentlemen over here. Thomas Jordan was actually a physician by profession. He lived in India and his work demanded a lot of travel. So in his free time, he did bird watching and also happened to collect quite a lot of amphibian and reptile specimens from peninsular India. So he described 15 species from the central and south India, amphibian species. And on the right, we have these 2 eminent taxonomists who are considered one of the topmost taxonomists in the world till date, and which is true because Albert George Boulenger holds a world record for most number of species ever discovered. That is 2,000 species he discovered in his lifetime, followed by Albert Gunther. So below their pictures, I have attached screenshots from their publications, which happened during 1880s to 1890s. So the species that you see here are endemic to India, which means they're not found anywhere else in the world, and they're pretty peculiar in their structure and their appearance. So yeah, so speaking of endemism, India is a global hotspot for amphibian diversity, with like more amphibian families endemic to India than any other country. So can you all see the blue star on the map? It's near the south. It's near the south end of the country. It's uh, it's the uh, it's the Western Ghats range. It is a mountain range, or the green row that you see there is a mountain range, and it holds the highest endemism in the entire of India of amphibian species. And uh, the orange star on the northeast corner of India are the uh, is the northeast India, and also the eastern Himalayas. You can see capped by eastern Himalayas. So eastern Himalayas don't show as much endemism, but they show tremendous amount of diversity and species abundance. So India as a whole is divided into 10 biogeographic zones. Today in this presentation, we'll be only focusing on the Western Ghats and the Northeast zone. I would love to talk about the deserts of India, but it would take a totally separate presentation, of itself. Yeah. So now we're talking about the endemic families of India. So Micrixalidae is the family consisting of dancing frogs. It only consists one genus, 24 species, and it is distributed in the Western Ghats of India. So this is the same row of green space that we saw in the previous map. It's just highlighted in pink over here. So Western Ghats is divided into the northern Western Ghats, the central, and the small patch over here in the south are the southern Western Ghats. So Micrixalidae is found in the central and the southern Western Ghats, and they are stream-dwelling creatures. They prefer to live in streams of evergreen streams of Western Ghats, which have low water, soil, and air temperature, which is perfect for them. And they are diurnal in nature, which means their activity time is mostly during the day. Now, what's so peculiar about these frogs is that these frogs have a very unique courtship behavior. So as you can see, this is a typical Western Ghats stream, involving all the rocks, all the suspended deposited rocks, waterfalls, and the splashing of the water currents leads to a lot of white noise in the environment. So, giving out vocal signals or vocal calls isn't very effective in this case, and is very energy expensive also. So along with giving vocal cues, what this frog does is to ward off other male competitors. It lifts up its hind legs, it stretches out its hind legs, and it expands it and waves. So this behavior is called as foot flagging. It is basically to tell the other competitor male or the other rival male that that particular rock or territory belongs to him, and he must go and find some other rock. So in the image in the bottom right corner, you can see this frog. He probably wants the rock which the left frog is perched on, and it's trying to warn him or threaten him. So yeah, so mostly the dominant male or the most desirable male gets a mate, and here you can see them in amplexus. So this particular behavior was properly monitored by Dr. Gururaja KV, who is here with us in the presentation. I actually can't see the participants. I hope he's there. So yeah, it is very interesting study, and you can see his research publication on ResearchGate. Moving on to our next family, it is Nyctibatrachidae. So Nyctibatrachidae are very peculiar frogs. They are found throughout the Western Ghats, and they are also stream dwelling like the previous family that we discussed. So they are stream dwelling and they are nocturnal here. So being a nocturnal frog, they are very well camouflaged. And yeah, like if you go to a Western Ghats stream in the night, you'll hear a lot of Nyctibatrachus calls throughout the Western Ghats range. and they were endemic to the Western Ghats. So Nyctibatrachus and Astrobatrachus, these are the two genera which are endemic to Western Ghats now, but the family is not endemic to India because Lankanectus, which is another genus which was discovered from Sri Lanka, and they also look pretty much similar. So you can see here this frog has the frog in the bottom right corner has a rounded body structure. There's a rounded body structure which is flattened from the top. So what it does, it just it squats down in a way and tries to blend itself with the dark rock during the night. It's a very beautifully camouflaged in this environment, and the wrinkled skin helps it merge with the mosses and algae present on the rock. Yeah, you can see the algae and mosses here. Yeah, so this particular frog also has very unique mating behavior. So it has been observed in one or maybe more than one species that the male frog, the male Nyctibatrachus, Nyctibatrachus humayuni, what happens is the male is perched on a leaf or a rock, and it attracts females with the pair of vocal sacs that it has, and it mates on the leaf every day, and every day it finds a new mate and lays eggs in the vicinity of itself. I mean, you can see here the eggs are laid over here and then over here. They might be from two different females on two different days. And what it does is for the rest of the time, it sits beside the eggs and tries to guard its nest, guards the or wards off other predator or other competitor males or other predators by shooing them off actually. So Astrobatrachus is this very beautiful frog that was just discovered last year in 2019. So it also yeah, it also shows that like since it's been 220 years since Johann Schneider discovered the first amphibian from India, and this frog just gets known to science just last year, which has been 220 years later. It shows there's so much potential in the Western Ghats and so much more exploration yet to be done. So this frog is found from a very restricted locality and is very habitat specific, as they say. It's found in the Shola grasslands of southern Western Ghats. You can see these are Shola grasslands with small patches of forests in between. So this frog is usually found in those small patches where it lives under the leaf litter and comes out in the monsoons. So yeah, an absolutely beautiful frog. Discovery of this frog led to a totally changed the taxonomy of the Nyctibatrachid family. They had to introduce a totally new subfamily that was Astrobatrachidae. So yeah, like important discoveries are still happening in 2020. It wasn't just the 19th century. Moving forward, Cichlidae. So for people who don't know, this is a Sicilian. So it is a legless amphibian. It looks very similar to an earthworm or a snake, but you can easily tell them uh, from those by looking at scales. It doesn't have any external scales, although they have internal scales under their skin. There's no external scales present here. There are no well-developed eyes which are seen in snakes, and yeah, this is a very pretty good character to tell them from snakes. And since they have a properly developed head and they also have an anus that can be helped to differentiate from earthworms. So Sicilians are found in the pantropics or the tropical habitats throughout the world. In India, Cichila or the Cichlidae family was discovered in 2013. So one of the species was known before, but the new family was erected only in 2013. So it is restricted to the northeast states of India. It is burrowing in nature, which means it loves to live, loves to burrow into uh, wet soil and all lives most of its life underground. It is egg-laying, so most of the Sicilians are egg-laying, but there are some Sicilians which give birth to the live young ones. We have one Sicilian in Western Ghats which does that, and there are quite a few like outside India also. Yeah, so the egg-laying Sicilians, most of the egg-laying Sicilians show a parental care. Now, in case of Cichila, what they do is the females build underground nests and it coils around the eggs and protects it from predators and other disruptions. So, and it lives there for 2 to 3 months until the eggs are hatched without feeding. So it's quite a lot of determination there. So yeah, this is so Chikila was described from Nagaland. One of the Chikila species were described from Nagaland, and here are the tropical evergreen forests of Nagaland. Now the habitat near the type locality you can see is quite pristine and green, but there is habitat destruction happening there. The local communities practice chum cultivation. Chum cultivation is a practice where the forests or the green spaces are burnt down totally for agricultural purposes, and this burnt residue is very rich in potash and is a very good nutrient and hence acts as a very good fertilizer. So a lot of Chikila habitats are being destroyed like this, and it's quite a bad news. Moving forward, we have Ranix zalidae. Ranix zalidae is endemic to central and southern India. So this, so we have two genera, Indirana and Walkerana, and they are characterized by terrestrial tadpoles. So generally, what happens? Generally, in case of most frogs, the tadpoles are aquatic. They spend most of their time underwater and or in perennial water bodies. But Indirana tadpoles are seen on wet floors or places where there's not much water but moisture is present. So, and they have developed this whip-like tail which help them launch themselves and take a leap, the tadpoles. Yeah, so leaping frogs have this triangular truncated finger discs. So if you go to Western Ghats, you will see a lot of leaping frogs everywhere, and they are very cryptic. I mean, the species of leaping frogs looks very similar to each other, and differentiating them at first glance is very difficult. So if you want to tell an Indirana from other genera, you can just look at the finger discs over here, which are triangular and truncated finger discs. I don't know how these specific structure help them in their lifestyle, but I assume that it helps them make that peculiar leap that they show. So that peculiar jump. So generally, what frogs, if you draw a projectile of a frog's jump, it will generally be a flattened arc. But what Indiranas do is their jumps have a very high peak and less distance is covered. So I guess this finger disc is helping them do that. And they show very unique breeding strategy again. So you can see amplexus over here. It is very different or very distinct from other frogs. In other frogs, the male is generally mounted like on the top and on the top of the female, but here it's mounted pretty much behind. So this amplectic position is called inguinal amplexus, and it is known to be present in many ancient frog lineages. So it was found recently that this frog, uh, this frog is a part of as a part of an ancient lineage, and this particular amplectic position is not very effective after all. It has been known that only 87% of the eggs are fertilized in this position, while in case of Nyctibatrachus, which show a pretty good pseudo amplexus where the male is nicely mounted on the female, shows over 100% of fertilization of eggs. So this is a very unique and creative amplectic position, but it is not very effective. Nasica batrachus. So Nasica batrachus is an extremely strange looking frog from India. It looks very distinct from all the other frogs found in India, and there's a reason for it. We'll definitely get there. So Nasica batrachus was found only in the early 2000s. It was first species was found in 2000, named by Dr. S.G. Biju. It has a very robust body structure, as you can see, and is it burrowing in nature? In the hind limb of this frog, can you see a white colored outgrowth? A white colored outgrowth. This structure is called the digging apparatus, and it helps it in burrowing. Now you can now you might have already figured out that uh, it's a very good burrower, and it only comes out during the monsoon times, where it comes out to mate. At the other times, it is not spotted or not sighted at all, and it mostly lives its life underground. It's found on a very narrow stretch in the southern Western Ghats, and yeah, very rarely encountered. So there's something very interesting about Nasica batrachus is that it is not very closely related to the other frogs of India. So contrary to the popular belief, uh, it was found to be a close relative of Zooglossidae, a family which is Zooglossidae family which is restricted only to a small island archipelago near Africa called Seychelles. This is one of the Zooglossid. It looks very different from the Nasica batrachus. And so now we'll move forward. Yeah, so how come they are related to Zooglossidae? It's a very mysterious question, and a lot of hypotheses and a lot of theories have uh, have come into the picture. But the one which is most accepted is this one. So we all know that about during the early days of the Earth, all the continents were clustered together. All the land masses were clustered together into a single thing called Pangaea. Okay, then this Pangaea again divided into Laurasia and Gondwana. As you can see in the bottom left corner, the southern part is Gondwana and upper part is Laurasia. From the structures of the continent, you can make out what continents those are. So here we have an enlarged picture of Gondwana during those times. You can see there's an Indo-Madagascar plate over here. So it has been believed that the common ancestor is the one which is forming a link here. So you can see the tree is dividing at this point, which is between 100 and 150 million years ago. It had a common ancestor at that time, and which was known to occur in the Indo-Madagascar plate of India. And uh, like recently, they have found a fossil of the species called Endobatrachus pusillus, which they are trying to associate with the biogeography of Nasica batrachus, and it should be very interesting if they find an association. So it has just been hypothesized that it is related to Endobatrachus. No, we do not know. So the ancestor lived somewhere in the Indo-Madagascar plate. Moving forward, now this is basically a representative graphic representation of the India geological history. The continents placed here may not be how they were placed back in those times. It's just for representation. So India was connected to Madagascar like this, and this entire thing was called as Indo-Madagascar plate. So about 85 million years ago, it separated from the Indo-Madagascar plate, and India started moving northwards above the equator towards the Asian plate. And we can see about 65 million years ago in the late Cretaceous, India has moved quite a bit. It has just touched the equator over here. And during that time, the entire Indian landmass was evergreen forest, and it was all covered with trees and canopies. There were no deserts and open spaces. There might be some open spaces. We don't know about it. So yeah, Seychelles is this small island which got separated here. Okay, and it got separated and it left the and it had a few populations of those common ancestor which got separated later. Now India have moved further up. Now this was the time when the dinosaurs got extinct, and you can see there's an orange patch over here which shows the Deccan province or the volcanic province. So volcanic eruptions happened in this place, and massive extinction events happened here. And Seychelles is still here separated, and one of the lineage is found in India somewhere, which led to Nasica batrachus. So it has been believed that the common ancestor was much widespread than it is present today. It might have been present on other continents. It might have been present on other continents, but have gone extinct today, and the only remaining lineages are the zooglossids and the Nasica batrachus. Moving further, it is also hypothesized that India had a glance contact with the Sumatras or the Southeast Asia. So when it hit the Southeast Asia, a lot of transfer or dispersal of biodiversity occurred from Sumatra to India, from India to Sumatra. So a lot of amphibians dispersed at that point here. Moving forward, yeah, there's also a theory which says that it also hit Africa and more dispersal occurred there. So India was basically moved like a carrier, taking species from here and there and dispersing and leading to inputs and outputs of a lot of species. Okay, so here's the end of Cretaceous. India has properly aligned to its current position. If not exactly similar to the current position, much like the current position. So when it hit the Asian plate, winds from the Persian side desertified this area. The topic, lot of dispersal from the Thailand and the Southeast Asia went to Northeast India, which is the reason why Northeast India has a lot of similar species similar to Southeast Asia and other places. So during the entire series of events, this part, the part of peninsular India, the southern part has remained pretty much unchanged. So this is where the Nasica batrachiid evolved here, while in Seychelles its close relative zooglosses were evolving, and the other lineages might have gone extinct along the way, or might be still present, but in fossils, which is a lot of study has to be done. So it's a very interesting tale about Nasica batrachus. It tells how it is distinct from all the Indian amphibians and is a foreign species.
Anuj,
Okay.
you have 1 minute.
Oh yeah, I see. All right. So coming to 19th century, these two gentlemen had a lot of contribution. Albert Gunther described 18 species, while Bollinger described 41 species from India. And both of these gentlemen didn't actually live in India, but they lived in Europe, and all the specimens that they discovered were sent by Richard Henry Beddoe, who explored India's wild during the 1850s and 1860s. So a lot of credit goes to him. Now 106 new species were discovered. This is how the graph of species looked back in 1900s. And Professor C.R. Narayan Rao was a major contributor in the 20th century. He described quite a lot of species, and a genus called Rawarkestis is honored after his name. Moving forward, by 1980s, we had 186 species of amphibians from India, and this is how the graph went.
Hi,
All
Anuj.
right.
Time is up. We were enjoying that, but
Yeah.
schedule.
I do understand.
Excellent presentation. You have a bright career ahead of you.
Thank you.
In your Herp Club info, how people can contact
Yeah,
you
sure.
online.
Definitely.
And thank you so much. We will have you back another time.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Kerry, and the entire Save the Frogs team. Really glad to help. Yeah.
All right. Have a good one. We've got Dr. Krishan Kumar Sharma. I am going to unmute you, Dr. Sharma.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Are you hearing me?
I hear you, but I don't have your video yet. So
Hello.
hear you, but I don't have your video yet.
So. Yeah. Now video has come. Now you can see my video, I am sure.
Yes, we've got
Are you watching my video?
Yes, we've got everything.
Yeah. So today it is the wonderful day. Yeah. Okay. It is wonderful day for us celebrating Save the Frog. Yashodhara is there with me. Yashu, come in frame.
Hello.
Hello, Kerry.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. So now my time starts, and I share my PPT. I am sure this is visible. My PPT is visible.
I don't see it yet, but let's Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Share screen.
Correct.
Okay, application window. And now I am sharing my PPT.
You're on.
Okay, it is here? My PPT is here?
View. Now I'd hit new share, or I suggest stop your share and then re-hit to share point. Because right now, video view.
So I'm going again, share an application window, and this share. I guess now you can see.
I'm not seeing the correct.
Is it visible?
PowerPoint that's on? Are you looking at your?
Yeah. No, this will come. I'm sure that the PPT is visible.
I do not see it. Maybe someone can chat in.
I tried.
Yeah, it's a video.
I can try once again. No, it is PPT.
Stop.
It is PPT.
Stop your screen share completely, and now stop it.
Yeah.
Completely stop it. I'm gonna go ahead and stop it for you, and then we're gonna read.
Now it has come.
Now you got it. You're good. You're good.
Good. Thank you, Gary. So now I start my presentation. Welcome, friend, for second Save the Frog World Summit and 12th Save the Frogs Day. So we are doing the work which we are doing in India. I'm just showing you. Most frog species are facing varieties of threats all over the world. Habitat destruction, pollution, global climate change, overexploitation, disease, indiscriminate killing in practical classes. All these things are problematic thing. Students, this is the story of 1998, when people, they used to go and collect the frogs from the ponds when they were breeding, and they were bringing in the laboratories and mass capturing, killing. So this is the cartoon once I submitted to Save the Frog picture competition, and it is nicely written that the female is asking, please don't take my eggs, don't take my offspring. I don't want to share with you. But what happens, people, they still used to bring to the laboratories, use them for dissection, and this way a lot of killing of the frogs. So we estimated in 11th class once for 1434377, that's a very large number of animals they used to bring. So friends, if we keep on taking animals from nature the way in 1990s people they were doing, now it is stopped in India, totally stopped. The situation would be like, these are the 12 species of the frogs found in Rajasthan, many central part of India. If we take them, then they would disappear like this. So one by one the species will vanish, and a day will come when we'll find zero. So I think this is, we have to think. In 2012, there is a display about 10 frog species most wanted. If we keep on doing dissections or killing frogs the way, then maybe in 2031 the whole area is full of the frog species. Endangered amphibians of India, various regions are there. See, you can see habitat loss is there, road mortality is there, intrinsic, a lot of intrinsic factors are there, harvesting, pollution. So people, they have estimated that there are various regions. You can see, this is the way the red signs which are appearing on this map that tell how vertebrates and frogs are facing a lot of difficulties for their survival. You can see this beautiful frog from the Western Ghat. I am sure that Guru Raja would tell about it, or he has told, or Karthik. This frog used to live with dinosaur. The biological or the time clock says this is most amazing frog. It has got the genomic organization of the Jurassic period. So what are some major threats to frogs are? This is habitat destruction I have mentioned. We have removed, destroyed the habitats, pollution of vectors. Of course, there are natural changes like global climate change, over-exploitation, disease. Chytrid fungal disease has been worked out by Dr. Kerry Krieger a lot, and he has found that this is also one of the reasons for killing, indiscriminate killing in practical classes. I that just we have seen in Australia, the forest fire, it has taken a lot of lives. This is the way you can see the deforestation. You can see in many parts. I am showing the pictures where people, they have taken most of the forest from their vicinity. I am showing a picture of from Ajmer. This hill was totally with a lot of greeneries. Many frog species, particularly toads, they used to live, but now people, they are encroaching gradually these habitats. Road killing. I don't like people driving cars. When they are driving cars, they don't see that there are small creatures on the roads. They should look. So we started putting the banners that don't drive fast when frogs are crossing the roads. Now the point comes, how to save the frogs. What is the action plan in India we have undertaken? So what we have done, friends, I would like to tell you, since last 45 years, I am doing conservation of frogs. I started working on frogs in 1977. I was doing my doctoral research. And then, since then, I started when I became the faculty member in universities in India and abroad also. I did postdoc in Germany, in America also. And I was focusing whatever best ways by which we can control the killing, the exploitation of the frogs until 1987 when people, they were using frogs for dissection. So what we can do, we can replace animal by invasive methods, non-invasive methods. We can restore the habitats. Those habitats which have been removed, we can restore them. Protection of the habitat is equally important. And we can develop a lot of awareness program. Another thing which I am doing, introducing new technology for monitoring. We should monitor the frogs the way. See, it's possible that we may not see the frogs always, but what happens sometimes when we use the modern tools for their monitoring, which I am using bioacoustic tools. I proposed a terminology in 2005, sonotaxonomy, acoustico-informatics, and currently I am using differential acoustic. These are the pictures of the sound of the frogs called spectrogram. And these sound, if these are numerically calibrated, not just to see the picture, but to get the numeric values of these, you can get a lot of informations. And on the basis of such information, this is spectrogram of the euperodon frog. And the moment I calculate or presence of this frog on my monitor, the frog comes here, that these were the characteristic features. This way, all these species of the frogs and toads which are there in central India, in Rajasthan, I could monitor them, I could get their status. Most of these species are facing difficulties. Even we can go for monitoring. See, monitoring system work very well. These are the sensors, you can put it. These sensors see calls, and these calls are connected to me. I am sitting here. So a frog, if it is there in Australia or it is there in California, we can develop through satellite and GPS system that which species there. So collaborating with those people who are working with the GPS and other satellite systems, we can get information of frogs all over the world. Another important thing is there is no need always to kill frogs to demonstrate anatomy and physiology. We can always demonstrate using the digital technologies. I am thankful to Celia Clark. recommended by Dr. Carrie Krieger. She provided me a lot of tools, lot of softwares by which I can demonstrate. And in 82 institutions in India, with Dr. Akbar Shah, we demonstrated that how we can learn anatomy and physiology without killing them. In South Africa, visited, I told people that we can use the modern technologies of the acoustics by which we can monitor the frog species. So there is no need to kill them. Go to the nature, study them. One great threat to the frogs in Rajasthan particularly, Carrie has seen Rajasthan. See, the tadpoles are there in this ditch. These tadpoles, soon they will face problem of the drought because this ditch will dry very soon. So what we are doing, one of my volunteers is bringing water from different areas and filling in this pond so that until they metamorphose, until they hatch out, these tadpoles can be made. Or we can carry, if these are drying, to a new habitat where a lot of water is there so that they can survive. This is one of the major action we are doing. You can see these are the breeding sites of the frogs. So we are shifting to them to, this is artificial frog pond I developed at my residence in the campus. And these are the things which in 1977 I designed some aquaria or some frog gardens. So once the frogs are metamorphosing, they come sit on the stones and then ultimately they come out. This way we have raised a lot of population of the frogs. Save the Frogs Day has inspired and initiated in truth. Of course, I was in contact with Dr. Carrie Krieger since 1999. But when in 2007 and 2008, when we started celebrating Save the Frog Day, so glimpses of some activities we conducted on the occasion of 11 Save the Frogs Day in 13 states of India last year, So many people, I'm showing you quickly that how we have carried the message to more than 5,000 people in a day, coordinated. You can see not only to the people in the schools or in the field, but also to the officials. These are the volunteers from government organizations. They are helping me to conserve the frogs. Babies in the rural area, they are doing frog race. They have developed so much interest that these are my next generation Save the Frog volunteers. You can see how great enthusiasm in different schools. They are doing some pictures. This is the proper age when they should develop feeling for the affection for the frogs. These are some glimpses of 2019, last year, when we celebrated 11th Save the Frog Day in different parts, in different schools, colleges. And this is the IIS school where Dr. Carrie Krieger visited when he came to India. This is one of the most beautiful organization. Dr. Lakta is asking the second generation volunteers that you should go in the field and conserve. Oath taking, we will not kill the frogs. This is Parishkar College in Jaipur. They are taking oath that now we are not going to, or rather we will protect their habitats. This is in Jammu. In Jammu, the frogs, they are coming. One of the volunteers, Dr. Vipin, he telling to people, see, he has put stickers of the Save the Frog here on the trees, telling people that you go and tell that frogs should be conserved. In small colleges with minimum infrastructure facilities, they are doing a lot of conservation activities. This small school in Rajasthan, when others have initiated, I simply told them that please bring the message not to kill. This is an NRI from the state of America. And he has a link in India. So when he visited here in Rajkot, he organized a very big program for the Save the Frog last year. This is the program in the real field. Some of the volunteers, they go to the field when the frogs are breeding. And this way, I am there in Lucknow. There is a forest, Kukrel. So I asked this fellow who is driving this tractor, please don't drive fast because the frogs are crossing the roads. And I was invited in a big university as a guest speaker to speak on frog conservation in Lucknow. Now these are the pictures, beautiful pictures, that how they are wearing the masks. So we provide the masks, we provide the caps, we provide the t-shirts. Students, they are showing a lot of enthusiasm. This is in the Integral University, Lucknow. The bioengineering department, they are doing a lot of conservation work nowadays. So we go regularly in the forest, in the field. See, I believe in working. So I go and ask when there is a breeding of frogs, that please. So these are the school children. They are doing in area, in a very desert area, beautiful view they have shown. So, and this is another college, the Department of Zoology. This is Vivek, one of my PhD students in the Department of Zoology of Ajmer University. They are celebrating Save the. This is in one of the areas in Punjab where they are doing activity of the frog conservation. This is very popular institution in Ishangarh. Dr. Kerry Krieger visited this R.K. Patni College. You know, these people, they are very much enthusiastic that how to go for the conservation of the frog. And this is Vishwajit Jaroli. He is my big volunteer. So near Ganga in Rishikesh, some volunteers, they
Hi, Dr. Sharma. We cannot hear you anymore. All right, hang tight, everybody. Hi, Dr. Sharma.
the points which I wanted to discuss.
Hi, you're back.
I'm fine, perfectly all right.
Can you share your screen again?
Yeah, my screen is visible, na? Oh, okay. The PowerPoint screen.
PowerPoint.
Yeah, yeah, okay. पीछे की लाइट बुझा दो, ये वाली लाइट, ये वाली लाइट ऑफ कर दो, ये वाली लाइट ऑफ कर दो. हाँ, yes, tell me.
You've got 10 minutes. It would be good if you
Okay.
For questions.
Yeah, sure.
Be good
Yeah,
if you,
I can take question.
Frogs laboratory that you have.
Yeah. So, any question based on this PPT?
All right. Was that the end of your PowerPoint?
PowerPoint is okay. PowerPoint is end because you told that you keep 10 minutes for discussion.
Oh, I mean, we have some more time. So if your PowerPoint.
Okay. Yeah. I just quickly turn over to the PowerPoint. I just wanted to describe. So you can see the activities. The PowerPoint is visible?
No, it's not.
No, I'm just bringing it back. One moment, please, because that share screen. So I am sharing the screen, and the PowerPoint will come soon. And this is the video is on, and the PowerPoint is on now. Now PowerPoint is visible?
It is.
Yeah. So see, I just wanted to tell about the activities we conducted last time. in different parts. The Jammu Kashmir, Uttarakhand, uh, Uttar Pradesh. There are so many areas where the activity was conducted last time. Bihar also, I went there. You know, this was not touched. West Bengal, Odisha, and Tamil Nadu, I go to Pondicherry. So these are the various parts of this beautiful country where a lot of frog species are there. I'm thankful to my frog friends, experts here in India. They are doing a lot of work. So what are the contributions of my team? I just want to tell discontinuation of frog dissection both in school, college, and university. Friends, I was author of NCERT. This is a big organization in India. More than 18 lakh students, about 1.8 million students, they used to dissect the frog. I was author of a chapter, Frog Anatomy and Morphology. I recommended to government, and now it is discontinued since 1998. Same thing happened in 2010 when I was invited in University Grants Commission to discuss about discontinuation of dissection, and I put my strong views, and now no dissection of the frog at all in university, college, and schools. Then we are developing digital museum. You know, people, they are collecting a lot of frogs to demonstrate in the classes. So in Prague, I demonstrated in Czechoslovakia, in the alternative international conference that we have developed the digital museum by which we can share a lot of information without killing the frogs. We can develop a lot of anatomy. Development of curriculum, 3R principle, you know, it is very important. If you are studying something, then better you use, replace, refine, and reuse of the organism. Initiation of awareness program, this is very important. I do it vigorously. I carry the banner provided by Dr. Carey throughout the country, wherever I go, whether it is a street, or it is a fort, or it is a road, I just come up with my banner. I tell to people, I am K.K. Sharma, I am working with Dr. Carey, Save the Frog International, and I want to tell you that importance of the frog, difficulties frogs are facing. So this awareness is very important, Kathy. Construction of frog ponds and watering. This is another activity we are doing regularly. Whatever ditches are there, we are protecting them. We are creating more frog breeding sites. Bioacoustic tools I am doing because I served as a professor for more than 25 years and vice chancellor of a university. I had possibility to develop many important tools that we can use to see the frogs without killing them, without going in the nature. So vigorous awareness program, including frog games, rallies, seminar, workshop, and the most important thing which I am doing now to develop the next generation conservation group. You know, our generation may last 20, 30 years, but we have to develop. I am doing the Save the Frog Day celebration since 2009. The first Save the Frog Day, I remember. And now we have come to the summit. It was very nice summit in Kolkata, and this is the second summit. Of course, because of the corona, we are not able to do it properly. We are doing it online. So many activities we have carried out during the last many years. Frog posters, banners, awareness, and sensitizing people. See, this is the sensitization of the people. Give little space in your big world. The frog symbolically saying, don't take everything from our habitat. So this girl is saying, I choose not to dissect. This is from America. Many people in the world, they don't go. A small baby in a small school nearby where I go, she was saying, no, we don't want to kill the frogs. We want to conserve the frogs. So my friend, all the friends in the world, including Dr. Carey Krieger, very busy day and night, but very cool. And I love. I do too flute and frogs. So he's a frog conservation biologist. I am really very happy that through this summit, we are sensitizing people all over the world to go for the conservation. So this was about my PowerPoint, and I am sure that you might questions, and these questions you can ask. I am ready to answer your questions. I am sure that you have received a lot of information. Carrie, if they are having some questions, see this beautiful frog is sitting here. At the top here, this is wonderful. Any question, please, you can ask.
Dr. Sharma, thank you so much. Can you stop your screen share?
Yeah,
And
I am stopping my screen share now. I have done.
so Dr. Sharma just kind of really quickly mentioned his part in stopping dissections in India. And so my chat there said millions of frogs saved. Dr. Sharma, any on any frogs have not been saved from dissection?
Yeah, of course the voice was not very clear, but what I understood that frog dissection discontinuation has helped a lot to the frogs. Many people they had a lot of quarrel and fighting with me that we don't agree conservation of the frog, killing of the frogs in dissection. I say that a frog lays 5,000 eggs or maybe 10,000 eggs. Every frog, every individual has right on this earth. But if we kill the frogs the way we destroy their habitat, a day may come when we may not see frogs at all. So friends, we'll have to do a lot of conservation efforts. These efforts are, of course, going on very well. I'm very happy, Dr. Carrie Krieger, you are doing wonderful work. Otherwise, this situation would have not come. People, they were doing a lot of conservation work in a scattered manner, but you have gathered all those people in the world, good experts. So thank you very much. Any question? Any question?
We don't have any questions at the moment. I think that you clearly explained all of that. Let's see. We have a question from the U.S. Are frogs for dissection taken from the wild? Yes. All over the world, frogs are taken from the wild for dissection. Now, in the USA, it's usually not the student who's doing the taking, but in most other countries, it's the student who gets the homework assignment to go out and find a frog and bring it into class. In the US, it's the mega corporations such as Carolina Biological. Yes, everyone thinks they're the good guys. They're teaching our students about biology. But I'll leave it up to you to decide what's going on with the frogs selling to the school teachers. If you go to their website, it's incredibly we'll say hidden, the info that they give you. I don't know what's on their website. Check it out on the website. And next speaker comes to us from California. I'm going to get Beth Pratt on here.
Thank God.
And I'm going to get Beth Pratt on here. All right. And here. All right, we got rid of the echo. All right, Beth, you are now a co-host. I'll let you unmute yourself. Everyone wave for Beth is giving us some serious social media attention, I'm sure. Thank you. Beth is one of the most accomplished environmental communicators that I've ever come across. And hopefully she'll tell us not just about the Yosemite toads, but also some of her cougar efforts, and in particular how she is so successful at fundraising for environmental efforts and getting politicians and lots of different organizations and the public involved in environmental issues. Beth, welcome.
Kerry, thank you for that nice introduction. But as you know, I learned a lot from you. Kerry and I met, I was actually working in Yellowstone National Park at the time, and I saw this great Facebook page, Save the Frogs. I'm like, what a great idea. And just seeing what Carrie was able to create just in the social media space to get excitement around frogs. That's, you know, again, I I learned from the master and served as a board member for a couple terms on Save the Frogs too. It's a incredible organization. What you're doing for amphibian awareness and conservation worldwide is really amazing. I have to apologize. My office at night looks like this cave, so during the day it doesn't look as dark. But I need a lighting professional. But listen, the slideshow is what we're really here to see, not me. You might also hear very appropriately. Let me know if you can hear that. A Pacific chorus frog. It is mating season here in California, and I have two males, one in the front and one in the back, sort of duking it out. I don't know if you can hear it, but anyway, we'll see some. But thanks for having me. And what I'm gonna tune in over the weekend. Wow, what a lineup. I mean, I could listen to people talk about frogs all the time. I'm going to talk about a really special amphibian up here. I actually live outside Yosemite National Park. I worked in the park for a decade. Actually, what's kind of cool, the frog biologist for the park lives right across the valley from me. We could send light signals. I'm always peppering him with questions. I worked in Yellowstone for some time too, but I live right outside Yosemite and get up there every chance I get. I am a scientist, but not a practicing one. I have a biology background, but my job really involves
We lost your sound. Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, is it okay? There we go.
You're back.
Can people see my screen? The love song, the toad.
We got it.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to talk about this remarkable, although I'm preaching to the choir here. I know you guys think amphibians are remarkable, but this little critter is pretty cool. So let me get over here. There we go. But as Carrie alluded to, I'm not going to spend much time on this, but I'm kind of known as the cougar lady. I guess I am technically that kind of cougar too. I am over 50, but this actually refers to the actual mountain lion. I actually, after a lifetime of working and living in national parks, I actually now do most of my conservation work in Los Angeles. I'm the California Regional Executive Director for the National Wildlife Federation, but the main thing I work on is building this really monumental wildlife crossing to help save this population of mountain lions that live in Los Angeles. And yes, actually, LA has mountain lions. I know it is really hard to believe. I didn't believe it at first 10 years ago when I first started working on this. You might have heard of P22. He's a very famous cat that lives in Griffith Park. But the story behind it, they can't get dates, which is really what I'm trying to do, is get them dates, is the genetic isolation the freeways are causing is literally leading these cats to genetically decline to the point where they probably will go extinct if we don't do something. And that is a concept of the wildlife crossing that we are going to be building in their honor. And if we stay on track with fundraising, we will be breaking ground next year. It will be the world's largest wildlife crossing, which is pretty cool. But we use the mountain lions because they get a lot of attention, but this is, frogs and amphibians. We're building habitat on top of it so that they can live on top of it. And obviously the same genetic fragmentation that the researchers from the National Park Service have found in the mountain lions, they are finding in amphibians and reptiles. Those freeways, human development is populations, just as much as the mountain lions, although the mountain lions right now are the ones most acutely at risk. So anyway, that will be a frog crossing too. So I just wanted to point that out. But I'm a proud Save the Frogs member and went on one of Carrie's and Michael's fabulous eco trips. I don't know how many of you have been on them, but I can't recommend them enough. It was the trip of a lifetime. We saw, Carrie, I want to say like 36 different species. I lost count. And then just having Carrie and Michael there for expertise, it was just, I could do a whole presentation on that trip, right? But at home, I'm a proud frog parent as well. So I live in the Sierra. I've in a very remote area. I live in the middle of nowhere. I can't see my neighbors. I have about 6 acres, and we've always had frogs here. But I put in a small sort of frog pond through a mold. God, about 10 years ago now, and I feel like that grandmother or parent who's like bothering their kids every day. Have you had, where's the eggs? When are you going to have kids? So far, these two dueling. You can hear it. He's competing with me now. That's why he's talking. But these two dueling, like I go out and check the egg nests every day. But certainly just putting that pond in again, made a huge difference for the populations here. And here's some photos. There's the little pond, and you can see the whole cycle there to the toadlets coming out, and it's just I don't know, it's the most fun I have every year. I love this photo. There's a frog in my pond who's emerged, and his brother saying, hey, when am I gonna get there? And then here's some photos of frogs in my pond. One thing I'll point out, I do want to get to the Yosemite toad, but what's been really interesting is this pond, breeding. Usually frogs spend, at least the Pacific chorus frog, they breed in the water and then they disperse and go away. What I've been observing the last few years, I get about 14 to 15 sitting there for 6 months afterwards until they go into hibernation. And I've been feeding this to the frog biologists. It's not something you see typically for them to gather like that in one area after, breeding season is over. So, we've had a lot of changes up here in the Sierra, from fire to climate change, you name it. I've had to evacuate the last 3 years. So it's just interesting to sort of figure out what's going on. Maybe nothing. I mean, this is kind of a frog paradise, my pond, but on the other hand, it's certainly not something you see normally up here. You don't, if you go to a wet area, you're not going to see 15 frogs hanging out through November. So it's pretty cool. I'm also here to tell you, this is my frog nursery. Once we do get eggs in the pond, I actually take them out and put the egg masses in. It used to be an aquarium, but I set up this sort of wheelbarrow that is protected, and then actually all those sticks are sort of a frog ramp, and they just go right down into the pond once they disperse. It works out really well, so I should patent this. Another thing I want to point out, because I find this fascinating as well. I had this old broken cooler that I put on my back deck. In fact, the frog that's calling is calling from it right now. It doesn't seal. And now for about 5 years, we have frogs that are hanging out there again through November. Just, once it gets cold enough, they go into hibernation. So here's a low cost way you too can have frogs in your house. And then lastly, I do want to point out, as part of Save the Frogs, Michael Starkey had some Western toads, which are native to California, but they had been raised since they were a tadpole from a teacher who then I think passed away, Carrie, I think was the story. And they needed a home. I was like, yeah, how hard can toads be? And indeed, these toads are over 20 years old at this point. Actually, there's only one left who did die, but that one is probably, he's 20, 23. I have to say, I have 5 dogs, 2 cats, a bearded dragon. These guys are the easiest pets I've ever had. They just eat crickets. It's great. But let's get into the Yosemite toad, what you came here to hear about. And, I think as amphibians goes, this is a pretty badass amphibian that I have to say is incredibly impressive. So thank you for being here to learn about it. It's pretty cool. It only exists in about 150 miles of sort of a piece of the Sierra. It's endemic, obviously, to California, but not only California, endemic to the Sierra. So that's its range right there, which is pretty much like mid-Sierra. I live pretty much in the middle of that red. It's also a high elevation dweller. So, you're not going to find it sort of at my house. You find it up in the higher elevations. I love the Fish and Wildlife. It's a really great fact sheet you can download. But, these are just amazing animals. But they're also under threat, which I'll get to sort of at the end. But one of the things I like that this fact sheet points out, they are long-lived as well. I mean, 15 years for a high elevation animal is pretty good. The Western toads, again, I showed you, they live in my yard. They live quite a long time too for amphibians, sometimes 10, 12 years. But when you're, you know, under snow 6 to 8 months and you're having to navigate snow to breed, and you know, that you're getting up to 15 years of age, to me is pretty impressive. And then the Canoris, if that's how you say it, part of their name, I'm terrible at pronouncing stuff, I'm from Boston, is Latin for tuneful. And you're going to find out why. This is, you know, as loud vocalities go, I don't know that the Yosemite toad is the loudest, but it's certainly the most beautiful, I think, of all the frog songs that's out there, or toad songs. But listen, you have to work to see the Yosemite toad some years when they are in sort of full, you know, finding a date mode. It's not that you can't see them in summer, although it is a little harder. But if you want to see when they are mating, because these guys come out when there's still snow on the ground, and indeed have been known to walk a mile and perhaps more to their breeding grounds over snow. So for me, it is about hoofing it through snow cups. And for those of you who are sun cups who have done that, you know that is no easy task. And it's a couple, 2.5 miles down to the site through pretty much that. Some years, other years, you know, the drought years, it just depends. But usually if by the time Tioga Pass also has to be open in Yosemite, which is a seasonal road. So some years, you know, I miss it because I can't actually get up there, because by the time the road's open, the snow is gone and they've already done their thing. But last year, which is most of the photos you're going to see in this presentation is from last year, I hit the jackpot, and just I got footage that I'll be showing you, that even again the Yosemite frog biologist said I've never seen frogs over snow or toads over snow like that. It's you know, it's pretty rare, even though they knew they did it. So yeah, this is what you have to navigate, and this is one of the sites I study. This is so that snow I just showed you is to get to the top of this, and then you go down this hill to a place called Gala Lakes, if any of you are familiar with Yosemite. That photo, coincidentally, is also the site of pika, another animal I like to study. That's a great pika site, so I'm always checking out the pika on the way to the toad that time of year. So this is Middle Gala Lake, and where I am going down to Lower Gala Lake, which is where the Yosemite toad site is, which you have to sort of, you know, pretty much go that way and go down sort of the watershed. That's for those of you who know Yosemite, that's the cathedral range in the background. So you're seeing Cathedral and Unicorn Peaks there. And here we are. This is Lower Gala Lake. It's a lot bigger than it looks. This was sort of one, and I'll be showing some video. But this is just incredible Yosemite toad habitat. You know, they're sort of in patches. Like for Upper Gala Lake, I don't see any, but this is the best Yosemite toad habitat I've seen in Yosemite, at least in terms of the number that you're seeing. And this will sort of give you an idea. It's still winter there, or at least, you know, sort of the tail end of winter, even though technically it's spring. It's still pretty much winter conditions there. And when you get down here, this is what you start hearing. Can you guys hear that? Give me a thumbs up. You can hear it? Okay, cool.
Can you
there? There's a louder video, a louder one you definitely be able to hear. But that's pretty much what you start encountering is you start encountering sort of this, you know, they don't breed in the actual lake because of introduced trout, you know, would do. So it's these sort of subsidiary watersheds there. But here, you will hear this one. This is a Yosemite toad male doing his thing. So just picture hundreds of those. I mean, it is so loud. You can hear them above the Pacific chorus frogs, actually, and above plane noise. I mean, it's astounding. The first time I heard that noise, I really thought it was a bird. I was like, what is that? You know, I'm like walking through the high country in spring and like that sounds like a bird. You know, the usual croaking, you know. God, he keeps stopping every time I stop. So he is competing with me. He does not want me to find that female. But yeah, it's such a melodious song. I mean, it's just an incredible experience to be up there and hearing hundreds and hundreds of these toads doing that same trilling. So here's a picture of a male on granite there. And here's just some glimpses of what they look like. The males and females, and I'll get into it a little with some better photos, obviously are differently colored. The bottom there, and I'll show some better photos. The Yosemite toad tadpoles they're very ghostly. They're just almost pure black. So they're very easy to identify in the wild, at least in Yosemite. There's nothing else that looks like them. But here is, so I got really lucky last year in my 20 years of looking for Yosemite toad, and indeed, Rob Grasso, who again, I just, and you know, in awe of, he's a great biologist. He's never said he either has seen this or gotten photos of it, but I got to see these guys walk over ice and walk over snow, and this is what they do. I mean, they come out before stuff is melted out. It's pretty incredible. I love this photo. You know, I was just sitting there. I remember going, oh my God, these frogs are pretty badass. That water is cold, and you know, they're coming to find the females. And I'm going to show you a little video. I also have to apologize. My videos, for some reason, were not translating well on my work computer. So I had to actually download them from Facebook. So they're not the greatest resolution. But anybody who's interested, I'm happy to send you links to really high resolution of this stuff, because this is pretty incredible footage. But here is the video I got of this Yosemite toad, you know, doing his thing. So that's pretty cool. I will say again, that water was not warm. So you know, these guys were pretty hardy. And here we go, full amplexus. What happens if a female answers their call? You get Yosemite toad amplexus. I will say competition is fierce. You have almost a 10-to-1 ratio with males not having the advantage. So they are you know, fiercely competing for females, and indeed, here's a mashup of at least 2. I've seen 3 and 4. It's not quite as showy as like the California or Sierra Newt where you get bundles, but certainly I've seen some. You think our dating lives are hard. This poor female is getting mauled. Here's another view of amplexus, and you can see the color differentiation and obviously the size differentiation. And here's a little video. Again, I apologize, the quality is not as good as I'd like, but here we go. Oop. Not what I wanted to do. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, I just don't think I'd want to be a Yosemite toad female, to be honest with you. Although that reminds me, has anybody seen, I think it's from Vermont, amphibian project, there's a video going around of a trout with a frog trying to mate with its face. It's hilarious. It's on my Facebook page. I shared it if you want to see it. And then, so, you know, that happens. Inevitably, we get tadpoles. And I want to show you just the abundance. This is a video. I don't know if it was the same year. I think it was a different year that I took. You can just see the abundance of these. Again, at this site, I survey some other sites and you don't see this abundance. That's why this is such a critically important site for these toads. But they were everywhere. One of the issues though is you can see how low that water is, and I'll get into the threats. You know, most of those probably didn't make it. I'm sure the water did, was not enough for them to morph into toadlets. Some probably survived. In fact, I wanted to scoop up a lot. I didn't though, but you can see the abundance. The color, they do think this really dark, you know, almost black color is perhaps to help with, you know, solar radiation. Obviously they are up, Gaylor Lakes is 10,000 feet. I've seen them as high as 11 and 11.5. So it could be that's why, although I will say you see Pacific chorus frogs at the same elevation, tadpoles and yellow-legged frogs, and they're not this dark. So, you know, I think it's the jury's still out on why, but it's probably a good guess and might give them the advantage perhaps. They just look kind of spooky. You can see on that, you can see, I think, you know, two of their little eyes there. It's kind of cool. And so, you know, the tadpoles, and then bam, you get the Yosemite toadlets, and you can see them sort of hopping around in these areas. They're, you know, like most toadlets, pretty tiny. And last year, when I was surveying, you know, much later, after all, I didn't have to crawl over all that snow. I got this photo, and I had never noticed this before. But if you look there on the hindquarters, you're seeing these yellow patches, or you know. And so I asked Rob Grasso about it. I'm like, oh, I'd never noticed that on the toadlets before. And he's, you know, he said it might, one of the theories is it might help with predation to, you know, I mean, help to deter predators. But it is interesting. It's something, and I think that's, you know, not a lot is known about this toad. I mean, it spends 6 to 8 months under the snow. As you saw, I mean, few people get to see what I saw, which is how it travels, you know, unless you're hiking in there. So there's still a lot we don't know about this toad, which is, you know, to me, it makes it all the more interesting to observe. This is my favorite photo I've ever taken of Yosemite toad. This was actually almost at 12,000 feet out near Volgang, which is another part of Yosemite in the high country. And this guy was sort of peering out. It was actually, you know, late summer, so it was probably relaxing after breeding season. But most of them actually will go back in their burrows. You know, you catch a fleeting glance, but he was kind of hanging out. So I sort of ate lunch there, and he watched me the whole time. He was kind of cute. But, you know, so I end with this photo mostly because, you know, I did want to talk a little bit about the threats. I don't like to end on a sad note, but on the other hand, you know, these guys are threatened. They are listed federally as threatened, and my guess is that will be bumped up to endangered at some point. They have disappeared from about 50% of their range, and in some sites have declined 90% reductions in population. So, you know, I think the usual suspects, chytrid, climate change, but also one thing that is impacting them, like some other amphibians, is the corvid invasion. You know, as we're getting more and more ravens and crows up at Toga Pass as visitation increases, the ravens and crows are taking them out. So that is another thing that the biologists are watching. Also, you know, agriculture, not all Yosemite toad sites are protected. You know, this one happens to be in Yosemite, so of course you can't have grazing cattle or anything like that. But some other sites in that red range, there are agricultural interests, and some are really cooperative and others aren't. The U.S. Forest Service did put some acreage under protection. Of course, it's hugely controversial in some areas. So I think, you know, these guys are hanging on right now, especially in, you know, some areas, but other areas they are vanishing. So, but I'm hopeful. I mean, especially in places like Yosemite, where they do have special protections. these populations, at least some of them seem to be doing better than others. But I think it would be, such a huge loss. For me, Yellowstone, one of the sounds that I associated so much with that wilderness was wolves howling. And hey, actually, we may have them in Yosemite soon. The wolves are back in California and heading our way. But I don't know, for Yosemite, it's a toss-up for me between the pika, but also this guy in the spring. It would be a shame to lose this beautiful music from Yosemite. So I am hopeful that we will work to ensure that they don't vanish. So anyway, that's the end. I wanted to leave time for questions and discussion. So that's really the end of my presentation. I have all my contact information here, so feel free if you don't get your question answered, or if you want to see some of that footage high quality. I mean, I'm not a professional photographer. I take photos and film for education. So if any of you want to use this footage for your presentations, in education, absolutely. That's why I take all this, whether it be mountain lions, pika, or toads. It's so that you can use it for education and get others interested. So really, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions. And just, what do you want to know about the Yosemite toad?
Hi, thanks a lot, Beth. We've got like 2 minutes for questions. We have one about hibernation. Where are the frogs hanging out when it's the middle of winter?
So they're under the snow. Yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry. I thought I had till 8:45. So
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. Let me,
Yeah.
you be correct. That's true, you do. Sorry, I'm used to
Okay, good. Yeah, because I wanted to make sure to leave time for lots of questions. So I really planned it for 30. So good. Okay.
We have of time.
No worries. Great. 6 to 8 months under the, I mean, they're just, they're going into shutdown mode using that, frog antifreeze. And again, the elevations they live at, it's pretty, harsh. Although the Sierra is not as harsh, obviously, as the Rockies. We have pretty mild winters comparatively so. But yeah, they really are spending 6 to 8 months under snow, hibernating. I guess I can stop sharing the screen. There we go. I can put the chat up. There. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Corvid, not COVID. You're right. Yeah, they're not, at least as far as we know, not suffering from COVID. But interestingly enough, mountain lions that I work on, obviously, they've seen some infections in tigers. So we are actually watching the mountain lion population, where these cats are extremely urban. So it's going to be interesting to watch that. Let's see comments too. Yeah, it was new to me to see a frog walking. Again, it just blew me away. I knew they did it, but when I actually saw it, was like, wow, that is cool. That is pretty cool. Minimum temperature, actually, that is my failing as a non-professional researcher. And indeed, Rob's gotten on me, and I have actually bought for next year some one of those portable sort of weather things so that I can measure that. I will say though, again, like that day, even though there was a lot of snow, I was hiking in shorts, even though I was going over snow cups. So these Sierra temperatures are pretty mild compared to probably other places, which is probably one of the reasons these toads can do what they do. When I worked in Yellowstone, they have 4 amphibian species there. That's it, because it's just so friggin' cold, right? And you're not seeing, any of those emerge, that sort of like these toads, I think. So anyway, that's, let's see what else we have here. The western toad, the black tadpoles look like the western toad on Mount Rainier. Oh, I didn't know that. It's interesting.
All those in protected areas, are they all on national park land?
Ask that again. I didn't hear the first part.
All of the toads on protected land?
No, I mean, some of it. So you have Sequoia Kings Canyon and Yosemite. So that'd be the 2 national parks that they're hanging out in. You have Forest Service, but no, some of it is private. So they will get down to, like, I think the lowest they've recorded, it may not be this anymore just because of climate change, but 4,800 feet. So you are getting into Sierra foothill ranching, and of course, land, stuff like that. So, and they do, sort of straddle the Sierra Crest, which is a little higher on the east side. So UV had some role to play in frog declines in Yosemite. What is the status now? You know, I don't have the answer to that, but I can get you that answer. I know Rob's talked about it. Interestingly enough, I think that first slide I showed of how I had to climb up there, did you see the pink snow on that? That is actually sunscreen. You know, that is like, I think it's a bacteria that actually they have some theory is kind of like a sunscreen, that red color, which is pretty interesting. So I'm sure it does. Again, especially with, you know, you have this, you know, one of the problems for not just, you know, Yosemite toads, but all life, the Sierra is one of those places where I live that is ground zero for climate change, no matter what species you are. And there's going to be some winners and losers. Obviously, we're having less snowpack, even though we had a pretty big winter two winters ago. This one's just been kind of so-so. So, you know, animals like the pika or the toad who actually depend on that insulation with big snowpacks for hibernation are not going to do as well, and in some years aren't doing as well. So that probably gets into some of the UV question too, is that they're, you know, they're suffering from both colder temperatures, but also exposure they're not used to in those seasons. You're also having the water drying up quicker, things like that, the quality of vegetation, although that doesn't impact the toads more, the pika more than the toads would be that one. But anyway, it's ground zero. Plus, we haven't even talked about fire, although these high elevation animals don't get as impacted. But we have over 100 million trees dead up here, and that's from the drought and the beetle. On the other hand, the fire has also shifted our ecosystem. I'm seeing wildlife in my yard I've never seen before. I've seen wildflowers. You're having this sort of whole-scale ecosystem shift across the Sierra at a range of elevations. So that's sort of a real big picture answer to put in perspective that the toad's probably suffering from things as well that we don't, you know, that are related to sort of this big regime change. And we don't know how that's going to play out. So other questions? Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they're under snow, but they use, you know, that toad I showed you at the end, the selfie, he was in like a little burrow. So, but they're, you know, they're under the snowpack. So, yep. Anything else here? Let me make sure I got everything. Frogs are so amazing. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's see. Cool. But yeah, I hope if any of you do get to the Yosemite area, please let me know. I'm happy to take you out to see these guys. I mean, you really, it's a little tough to predict seeing that trilling. It really is spring. It changes every year depending on, you know, when the snowpack gets to the right point. But on the other hand, you can see them, especially when the toadlets are coming out. That's always kind of a safer bet as well. But the trilling is, I sort of want to put, like, they have wildflower watches. I want to sort of do a Yosemite toad watch for when I think it, you know, try to predict every year when I think the toad watching is going to be good.
Beth, you hold an event every October or so in LA. Do you want to tell people about that and invite them to come? I don't know if it'll happen this year based on how things are going, but tell us about that and perhaps give a tip or two on how to get people into whatever kind of environmental campaign someone is running.
Yeah, you know, I think the lesson I've learned with P22, and I think, you know, again, if you don't know P22, just Google P22 mountain lion. He's the most famous mountain lion in the world. And we've used him, as Kerry knows, as sort of a character. That is P22, that stuffed animal you're seeing here. I think that you know, and Kerry does this effectively as well, although I think it's a little harder to do at the individual level like we do with P22, although it's still possible. You can, you know, make up names and lives for frogs. But what we've done is connect people to these animals individually, and it's proven really effective. I mean, as Kerry knows, to the tune of, we're going to get this $85 million wildlife crossing built because of it. And also advocacy. The state just passed unprecedented ESA protections for mountain lions. And it's, it's because the value system has been changed and people are connecting to these animals personally. Obviously, you know, we work with the National Park Service. There's rigorous science and research behind the need for this crossing and the extinction vortex that these cougars are facing. But the messaging to the public is more the sort of fun, or at least connecting to these animals on a very personal level. They know there's a whole series, there's 81 to date mountain lions that have been tagged, and people connect with individual animals, and it works. So I would really encourage you to think about that. It's the storytelling, which I know Carrie's really good at, but that individual storytelling as well is really effective. And you can do it for frogs. I mean, I think it was, God, was it Bolivia? Where they literally created a Tinder account or something for Romeo, the frog who needed a mate, and the researchers needed funding to go find that mate. So they did a GoFundMe and they created this dating profile for him, and they raised more than they needed to go find him a mate. So I think that, you know, when you're thinking about how to get support for your conservation work, a lesson has really been for me that, of course, the science, you have to have it, but you know, how many species have gone extinct despite reams of scientific papers being there? You really have to have that public either funding or supporting wildlife issues. And, you know, we've raised 14 million to date. And also some big donors who's giving to us because they point to the, you know, the people are really engaged in this project. So start thinking about a frog you can name, get them a Facebook page, make a stuffed animal. It works. I know it sounds goofy, but you know, it really does work. Any other questions? Or thank you for being with me, everybody. It's you know, as Carrie knows, I'm on the road, and I'm sure Carrie's you know, experienced the same thing about 70% of the time. So this has been a really weird time to just stay still. You know, I wish it wasn't with so much human suffering attached to it, but it has been nice to just listen to my frogs every night.
All right, a huge thank you to you, Beth.
Thanks for having me.
NWF. Good luck with all your cougar saving and frog saving and toad saving too.
Thanks. Okay. Good luck with all of you. And again, please reach out. You have Carrie can get my email if you didn't catch it. Happy to answer more questions or on whatever. It doesn't have to be on the Yosemite toad. But anyway, thanks for having me, everybody.
All right. Okay. So let's, I want to play a song. I'm not sure if she's still on here, but Diane Baker sent me this MP3 in 2010, and she had some kids record the song, and I believe that she's gone out to many schools and used the song to get them into frogs. So let me just hit play, and hopefully it'll just come through the speaker. We'll see what happens.
Save the frogs! Save the frogs! Is a cry that is heard. Save the frogs! Save the frogs! Across the land. An important job we all have to do. Make certain that everyone will lend a helping hand. Don't litter, don't pollute, don't use chemicals, don't keep frogs as pets, and don't eat frog legs. These are the ways you make friends with the frogs. Save the frogs! Save the frogs! Is a cry that is heard. Save the frogs! Save the frogs! Across the line. An important job we all have to do. Make certain that everyone will lend a helping hand. Do care for nature. Do recycle. Do plant more trees everywhere. Do keep the water clean. Do protect our ponds and streams. These are the ways you make friends with the frogs. Save the frogs! Save the frogs! Is a cry that is heard. Save the frogs! Save the frogs! Across the land. An important job we all have to do. Make certain that everyone will lend a helping hand. Make certain that everyone will lend a helping hand. Make certain that everyone will lend a helping hand.
right, the Save the Frog song from Diane Baker. I don't think she's on right now, but she'll be happy to hear we played that. Let's see. We have 4 minutes before Dr. KV Guru Raja KV comes on here. So how about another musical interlude? Get some music from India coming on here. We got 2 minutes. Gonna throw a little beat into this one, I think. That was Rag Janasa Mohini, straight out of northern India. And now, I'm assuming coming from southern India, we've got Guru Raja KV. So let's see, we still have a minute. You don't have to start, but I'm going to unmute you, Guru Raja, and give you co-host control. You now have control. Namaste. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Good morning to you all.
Hi.
From India. Yeah. I know it's late in the night over there. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Very good.
So
yeah.
You have full control. You can go ahead and share your screen and give a brief intro about yourself and your background, if you could, and then tell us everything you want to tell us about amphibians and how to save them.
Sure, sure. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and good morning from India. I am Guru Raja KV. I'm a faculty in Srishti Institute of Art, Design, and Technology, India. So this is an institution where we cross-cut the boundaries. We talk about science, we talk about arts, we talk about technology, we also talk about design. So I'm there from last 4 years now, and I teach on complexity theories and do my research on behavioral ecology of amphibians in the Western Ghats of India. And that's me. And today's talk would cover on a nice concept called Batracharium, so which we started way back in 2012, and this has now gone into many places in the Western Ghats. This is an in situ conservation program started way back in 2012, and I'm going to deal about that part. So I will start my slides. I think I have shared my slides. It's visible to you all.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So as we know, we have about 452 species of amphibians in India, which is about 8% of world amphibian diversity. And Anuj in the morning spoke about the diversity aspect. What is quite interesting is about the discoveries that has happened over last 221 years, which is humongous, like especially from the year 2000 till 2020, in the last 20 years, we have discovered about 192 species, new species to the world, which is adding to 40% of India's amphibian diversity as of now. So this has not only changed the Indian amphibian diversity, but it also brought a challenge in conservation aspects. Because of the 452 species, we don't know what is happening with the 262, 269 species. Either they are data deficient or not evaluated. So let us assume that over a period of time, all these data deficient and non-assessed species are assessed in near future. What would happen? These two columns then probably will sit on critically endangered or endangered status. Then how Indian amphibian diversity look like. And simultaneously, in the last 30 years, if you look at the kind of research that has happened in India, it's hardly 12.5% of those research, which is about among 180 papers, it's 12.5% of those papers talk about conservation. So in terms of conservation, we are really lagging behind, or rather we say we have started now, and we have to step up ourselves in a very, very strong manner. All our focus so far has been in discovery of species or in phylogeny, and very rarely into the conservation aspects. So all these things has led me to think about what we can do in situ and involving people, local people over there. It's again, the thing is that conservation cannot happen only by scientists. We need people. So, and we need people who are basically residing in the areas where the species diversity is more. So that is where the concept of Metracarium came into force. This is a part of Indian amphibian diversity. Just 20 of them I'm trying to show over there. But if you see where I'm talking about, this is the Western Ghats, which Anuj showed, and even Karthik showed the same. We are from 8 degrees to 21 degrees north along the west coast of India, about 1,600 kilometers long and 100 kilometers wide. This yellow patch within this map is called Western Ghats. And there is a shade of yellow or kind of orange color. That's what is the protected areas inside the Western Ghats, which is again less than 10% of the total area of the Western Ghats, which are protected areas. Now, that's also another challenge, whether protection or conservation has to happen only in the protected areas. What happens to amphibians beyond these protected areas? And protection also is generally biased towards large charismatic species like tigers or elephants kind of stuff. And then when you speak with forest officials, forest managers, amphibians take a back seat because amphibians seen as one among the many. And if you conserve tiger, amphibian is considered to be conserved. But in fact, if you seriously look at it, amphibians provide you much more detail regarding the microhabitat, whereas tigers provide you a larger perspective of what a large area of conservation has to happen. So again, keeping these two things in mind, the IUCN status of many of the amphibians and the protected areas, which are very less as of now, I started coming up with the idea of Metracarium. So these are a couple of pictures of Western Ghats. You have perennial streams, waterfalls, evergreen trees, hilly terrains. You have shola-like forests, grassland on the top. Valleys have streams and tall trees. This is how they look like. And there are large dam projects. So all things are happening in this species-rich areas. Along with that, we have population pressure too. So coming to Western Ghats, we have about 232 species. And again, majority of the discoveries in the last 20 years comes from this area. So what is the idea of Batracharium? So the context map says that we had three ideas. One is how to bring in large areas into the protected area networks, not, although we don't call it as protected area, but how we can collaterally bring that in. And then also talk about how to involve people. They are also very important in conservation. And the third one is looking at the diversity and the seasonality of the species. So amphibians, especially the frogs and toads in the Western Ghats, they are very active during the monsoon. So how do we then pitch in all these three and then bring in the conservation aspect over here? So we chose three sites. In fact, it was a deliberate interaction with these three people who we came up with the idea of Batracharium, which has amphibian trails, which has list of species recorded, which has a pocket guide and activity book, and the guidelines for field trials. I'm not going to go in detail about the methods over here, but since the slides are available later on for the review, you guys can go into it in detail. So what we got was about 40 species of amphibians there, which also included species of legless amphibian, among which there were 2 critically endangered and 8 endangered species. So some of the common ones are here. So this is common Indian toad. This is Malabar tree toad. I'm also having a project on mapping these Malabar tree toads in India. And then we have Malabar torrent toad. And then we have common cricket frog, Madhuraja cricket frog. We have Mudigera skittering frog, Sholiga narrow-mouth frog, the Tyson leaping frog, Gundia leaping frog, Wayanad night frog, Kempole night frog. You have Coorg night frog. You have elegant dancing frogs. Anuj spoke about dancing frogs. They show off their hind limbs to maintain their territory, and then they mate with the pair. So this is Wayanad dancing frog. This is to give a gist of about 20 species in this area. And these are bush frogs that we have. This is knob-handed bush frog, glandular bush frog. This is Sheshachar's bush frog, discovered way back in 1937. This is Coorg yellow bush frog. This is Wayanad bush frog, western tree frog, Malabar gliding frog, and a small tree frog. So these are the gist of some 20 species among the 40 species recorded from these areas. So what did we do? We marked those areas where we are going to call it as batrachariums. This is one such site, which is called Mannapapu Mane, which is a village inhabited about 200 years ago. There's an old home over there, and people are looking after that home and renovating. So now what we have pitched in is that you can, along with that home, you can also look for amphibians and pitching it as a permanent long-term study site. And similarly, we have had a 5-star hotel among one of the batrachariums here, which is Taj, Hotel Taj in Madikeri. This again has about 180 acres with a lot of green patches around and water bodies. And then we have an estate, coffee estate, which is also involved in the batracharium part, which has about 400 acres of area. So what we did was initially we did frog walks, and then we started reporting number of species over there. At least we did for 2 to 3 years of surveys in that area so that we get a comprehensive list of species available there. And then we involved people. And then we also tried to explain to them what batracharium means. So initial idea was to put these kind of wooden stumps on which we'll have a small frog, all-season frog photograph, in the sense it can be wet and dry. The photo will not peel off or get damaged. But then after a couple of iterations, we felt that this is a kind of nuisance to the natural surroundings. So we have now avoided these kind of posters putting in natural areas. What we did finally was to say what kind of species we have, and then brought out a handbook in which you can see the kind of species. So we also carried out activities for kids in those areas. Typically talking to kids, like if you start with taxonomy, they will just say, this is too boring. So what we did was we started doing an origami of frogs and then try to explain what is the hand, what is the head, what is the body portion, how the legs look like. So in that sense, they know the body parts of frogs, and they are also involved in looking at how the frogs jump in these paper frogs. So this is then directly translated into their field observations. So we also trained people in making observations, recording, and taking precautions while handling frogs. This is the kind of training we provided. And then we also asked people to post it on Frog Watch India, which is under India Biodiversity Portal, to post what kind of observations they made in the field. In a way, this helps because this is on Creative Commons licensing. They can see others posting from these areas. And finally, we came out with these materials. There are a couple of them over here. This is one such material, which is called Honey Valley Batracharium Field Book. You can go through each species. And majority of the cases, when there is a handbook, the handbook tells you what kind of species to look at, but it doesn't tell you how you have to prepare yourself to go into the field. So this particular handbook gives you an idea how to prepare yourself, what are the safety norms you have to practice in the field, and where to look for what kind of species. So invariably, this handbook also helps people to be adventurous at the same time to be safe in the field. So that was Suresh from Honey Valley Estate, and that's his wife. They were happy to see the booklets, and they are actually giving out these booklets to people who come and ask for frog walks in the Honey Valley area. And then we had activity book for kids. So this is the activity book. So where kids can actually start looking at, let us say, how many frogs did you spot today, and which are the areas you spotted it? Or can you write a poem, or can you sketch a frog? Can you make the list of species that you observed? These kind of activities were made, and there were fun activities also involved in these things. So then we had some stickers, so as to promote the conservation aspect. So this can be, these are transparent stickers, some of them are non-transparent. So you can see that some of them are stuck on the vehicles, some of them on the strap of the bag, and there is one on the back of the phone. We also had some takeaway frog cards, which was printed on A5 sheets, thick sheets. We didn't try to reduce the size because we wanted the feel of the frog in having that particular card. So this was on an A5 card. So it had information about the species and a large picture, and it also provided information where to send if you see such frogs information. So in a way, we were trying to engage people irrespective of their qualification, irrespective of their age. It's about the passion. So finally, what it all meant is that we were able to add about 242 hectares, which is about 600 acres of land, private land, into conservation, recorded 40 species, which can be baseline information for long-term monitoring. And then you have take-home cards, which are popular and educative now. And guidebook has helped a lot of visitors in preparing for field and safety. And even the owners of these 3 places where we did the Batracharium, they are very positive, saying that people are now not sitting indoor, they are venturing out and doing the frog walk. And then we have a lot of observation being populated in India Biodiversity Portal. So this is what we were able to do through Batracharium, which was an in situ conservation program. So that's my last slide. So thanks to Suresh and Arun Purushottam, these are the people from the in situ places. Preeti for the first grant she got for Honey Valley work. Shrivi Kalyan, who designed the field book and activity book. Madhushri Mutke, who's a PhD student. Manu and Rohit supported in the field. And Geeta Narayan from Srishti for providing the support. That's it from my side. If you have questions, you're more.
All right, Dr. Raja, thank you so much. We're actually out of time, so if people have questions, chat them in, and Raja can chat back. Right now, we've got Biraj Shrestha from Nepal in California. going to talk to us about his experiences saving the frogs. So, Biraj, let me fix the screen up.
Yeah.
All right, Biraj, you are live. How's it going, Biraj?
All good, all great. How about you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, it's been a long
Yeah,
day,
good.
frog information, but yeah, I've been enjoying it.
Good to see you. All right, should I get started?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, hi and namaste. My name is Biraj Shrestha and I'm from Nepal. I'm actually a longtime volunteer for Save the Frogs and have been working at the forefront of amphibian conservation issues in Nepal since 2013 because amphibians often make the most sexy headlines when things come to species decline or extinctions. And at the same time, amphibians are also off the conservation radar in some parts of the world, including Nepal, because people do not want to see amphibians as wild animals since they live in close proximity to humans. And also because amphibians are often perceived as cold, slimy, spooky, and creepy creatures, and by no means cuddly. So that has resulted in additional repulsion and intentional killings. So I've been trying to promote frog conservation awareness in Nepal and trying to improve the perception of people who are loving amphibians so that would ultimately help amphibians to thrive better. Anyway, welcome to the 12th annual Save the Frogs Day and the third summit, which is going virtual. But before I begin my presentation, I just wanted to be sure that all of you are staying home, staying indoors, and practicing social distancing. So yeah, I think I should share my slide. Can you see it? See my slide?
Got it.
Okay. So my presentation today is all photo-based because I didn't want to overload with the text. And I think it will keep you interested throughout my session. So this is basically me with short hair. And the reason I got into saving frogs is not because they made some of the most popular headlines, but because I loved frogs since a very young age. And I also had special memories with frogs during my childhood. We had a puddle in my backyard where there were like an army of frogs hanging out and playing. And I used to feed little insects to those frogs. And watching those frogs struggling for their meal was like really funny, or even it made me happy at that time. And also we had open spaces nearby our home when during the monsoon, they were filled with water. And during the rainy nights, there were like huge rumbling croaks of frogs, croaks coming from all directions, which was like pleasant and music to my ears. So it was like acted as a lullaby to my bedtime. Anyways, so moving ahead, let me give you a quick introduction of Nepal. So Nepal is a small landlocked country located in South Asia and sandwiched between two giant nations, India and China. Nepal is famous for its scenic beauty of mountains and Himalayas, glaciers, rivers, streams, and also we have like more than 6,000 rivers flowing, feeding from the glacial melts, and waterfalls, high altitude lakes, where amphibians love to hang out. And these are some of the amphibians, frogs that I studied during my stay in Nepal. So most of them are from Manaslu Conservation Area, where I spent almost 4 or 5 years working with them. And 2 of them are from the high altitude lake, also called Rara Lake frogs. So it all started, so this picture was from Resources Himalaya Foundation Environmental Graduation in Himalaya, where it all started. I mean, celebrating the Save the Frogs Day. So right after my first master's degree in environmental science, I was kind of looking for a job, and luckily I got one right after my final examinations. And it was, I think it was during April, sorry, it was on March. And I came to know about Save the Frogs website and Dr. Kerry Krieger I was really impressed with the Save the Frogs website because it had like so much information about, frogs, amphibians, especially outreach materials, where I was like really interested too. And I then wrote back, and then I wrote to Kerry, and he replied back, and I expressed my intention of celebrating the first annual Save the Frogs Day in 2013. And also, I figured out that there was a Save the Frogs. Sorry, there was a nominal grant for celebrating Save the Frogs Day, and Kerry encouraged me to apply for it. I applied, and luckily, I was able to get the grant. And we received $400 at that time, which was still a big, huge money for a one-day event. And then we geared up for our first annual Save the Frogs Day. We gathered our volunteers. We prepared our plan. We designed merge, and then we planned an event targeted to students as well as university graduates. And this was the photo from the first Save the Frogs Day junior art competition. Oops, what happened? Oh yeah. And the next session was from the first symposium, and there were like people coming, and the whole auditorium was filled. And later after the event, my boss, she was really happy because there were like huge flock of people that came to the Resources Himalaya Foundation auditorium, and it happened after a long time. So I knew that, yeah, it went like a smash hit at the time because people had very less idea on frogs and especially conservation. So everyone was like so thrilled to hear about the frog facts, frog research, and conservation measures. And my tenure got ended at Resources Himalaya Foundation. So I was again looking for a job. And luckily, I found a placement at another organization called Friends of Nature, where I worked as a program officer for Green Schools project, working with school students, where the mission was to prepare future community green leaders. And in 2014, we planned for another Save the Frogs event. But at that time, my boss from Friends of Nature, he gave me a very interesting piece of advice. He said to hold a dissemination workshop with media friends, media people, so that the frog conservation message would go out to a larger audience. And we did that, and the outcome was pretty splendid. And also during that time, I had the pleasure of designing a course content to motivate or even engage students about learning about amphibians. So we did a frogging trip, and we took the students to nearby stream where they learned how to catch the frog for the first time in their life. And when they hold a frog for the first time in their life, everything was like changing, I could read in their faces, they were like glowing. They had like really amazing experience and smile in their face. And this kind of connection is like really helpful for the development of a future conservation leader. And in 2015, I again came back to Resources Himalaya Foundation and then organized the third Save the Frogs Day. But actually, we use the same banner, so it reads like second dissemination workshop there. Anyways, after my tenure ended in Friends of Nature, I was jobless and I had plenty of time to think about my career. And then I focused on the grave threats to frogs in Nepal. So then this issue clicked my mind, which is actually the hunting of paha. So paha are stream-dwelling frogs in high mountains where people hunt them down for consumption and for medicinal use. And they were like really unchecked hunting and really overexploitation of frogs in high mountains, which I really wanted to work upon. So then I designed a project and luckily got funded from the Ruford Foundation. And then we climbed atop to the mountains of Mount Manaslu, where I discovered that people even consume these dried eggs of frogs in the belief that it helps them to cure their impotency. And frog meats as their local delicacy. And then we held the Save the Frogs Day at the premises of the Manaslu Conservation Area Office with local community and conservation area staff and local conservation practitioners. We also organized a Save the Frogs junior art competition with kids, but this time we did it over the stones. And look at the paintings. I mean, they're like really beautiful, isn't it? So then we also had a fun-filled frog activity, frog race with the local community. So in a way, it was like pretty interesting event to capture the attention of people from all the segments of the community. And then I hold school awareness campaigns in nearly all of the schools in Manaslu, trying to search for this frog and also equally trying to raise awareness about this species, which is a Liebig's Ba frog, one of the most widely hunted frogs in the mountains of Nepal. And after the first round of fieldwork, we again came to Manaslu for a second round of fieldwork, and it was in September. And let me tell you that Manaslu is one of the most fragile landscapes in Nepal. And also because of the 2015 disastrous earthquake, the mountains were pretty unstable, and even frogs, and becoming a frog biologist is not an easy job because frogs they live in very challenging locations and on inaccessible places. There are like rock falls, landslides on the way, and you can see the trail which runs through the landslide. And I really had a bitter experience, so I'm going to share this with you. So in September 2016, we geared up for the second round of fieldwork. We reached to a place called Tatopani, and just before we reaching the Tatopani, there was a huge rainfall, and it was all wet all over. But as soon as we reached Tatopani, we met a group of Spanish trekkers, and they were also pretty excited to with their journey, mountaineering. And we were accompanying with them, we were walking with them. And suddenly, as we crossed Tatopani, there was a huge landslide that happened in front of us. And the bitter part was that those Spanish trekkers were trapped under the landslide. And the incident almost killed like 4 to 5 people, and nearly all of them were injured. It was really a disastrous moment. And luckily, I and my other team members, we survived because we stopped by Tatopani for tea break. But unfortunately, our friends, some of them got killed. So it was a really frustrating moment at the time. I was traumatized for weeks after weeks. And And after returning back to the city, I had to ink this in the memory of all those great people who lost their lives during that time. So by that means, I want to say that being an amphibian biologist is not an easy job. It's actually more dangerous, and you need to be very cautious about your field works and do not take it as some lightweight matters. And then again, in 2017, we had to resume our work. And so we came back much more prepared. We had developed the conservation outreach materials this time, especially in local language, and did community empowerment. We held amphibian conservation dissemination workshop with local communities, and also created amphibian conservation groups. And people were really receptive to the message we're trying to deliver because they are the ones who are the custodians of their biological resources, and they also have been perceiving the changes, the decline of Baha or amphibians from their communities. So they were like really receptive to what we were trying to deliver, especially the conservation measures that would help to protect amphibians. And after that, I thought of doing more outreach work. So I started writing my amphibian related feelings in my own blog. which is still active, I guess. And I also have a website, www.virajshrestha.com, if you want to give a quick look at it. And then on our return, I gave a radio interview and presented, or even shared my work, amphibian conservation work, from the Manaslu conservation area. And then we got featured in the local newspapers. I got interviewed about our work, and the next news at the right-hand side says amphibian conservation group has been created for the first time, which was like really, which really made me happy, because amphibians were getting headlines even in Nepal. And then more frog talks when I got back to capital Kathmandu. And again, in 2017, I got to go back to my office at Resources Himalaya Foundation, and it was time for another Save the Frogs Day event. So we gathered much more ideas. We gathered ideas from Save the Frogs website. We gathered students. We gathered students, school kids, and local conservation practitioners. And we did this, a huge frog mural art, which is really interesting. And it's a really huge painting. I think it's still hanging out in my office at Resources Himalaya somewhere. And you can see the frog bake sale. We did this. I saw a couple of activities like this in the Save the Frogs website. So by that, I mean to say that, Save the Frogs website is a really great platform for people who want to devote their life for amphibian conservation, or even, scale some of the good take-home messages from there. And we had frog merch tabling, frog exhibition stalls, and I was giving a keynote speech at the time with a bunch of people from university, local conservation organizations, and yeah, the full set of people. And after a few months of celebrating Save the Frogs Day, I was fortunate enough to be awarded the Future Leader of Amphibian Conservation title, which I got while attending Amphibian Conservation Research Symposium at University of Kent, Canterbury, UK. And you can look at the amphibian loving people community, which is quite big. And along with me, 3 of my other friends were awarded with the title of Future Leader Amphibian Conservation. So it was a really great moment for us to create my networking and also know each other, learn from each other's ideas, which is really crucial to help get going. And after I got back, I showcased my work at one of the international conferences in Kathmandu, which is the 10th Asia for Animals conference. And in the same year, I was lucky enough to get another project at Muhammad bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund. So I was trying to fill the data gaps of data deficient species, one of the endemic frogs from high altitude lakes of Nepal, which is called a Rara lake frog. And we're trying to extract DNA information from the frog, and we're still in the phase of writing paper about it. So more dissemination. Oops, what happened? Oh, sorry. And this was the glimpse of the field work from Rara Lake, one of the high altitude lakes in Nepal, around 3,000 meters above the sea level. And then I got back to the office, and again, I wrote an article in the op-ed in one of the popular newspapers. And since the Frogs Day was approaching closer, I thought of addressing the other grave threat to amphibians in Nepal, which is dissection of frogs in anatomy classes at high schools. And we prepared this poster with a clear and pretty direct slogan that frogs have made it through 4 mass extinctions, not just to end up in dissection classes. Well, that holds true because frogs are here in this planet much way longer than us. before, and we have no rights to eliminate them to serve our purpose. So I was like really fighting tooth and nails with all these colleges and all these +2 high school colleges at the time. And during our interviews, a few of the teachers and even students felt guilty about, wasting frogs in their lives just for learning one single lesson in anatomy, and that is completely futile because we already have lots of substitutes like 3D models, dummies, and also virtual dissection software. So during the Save the Frogs Day in 2018, we organized a workshop about against the dissection practice in Kathmandu. So we invited people from the government, especially a deputy head from the Curriculum Development Center, and made him understand about how dissection has been contributing in the decline of frogs. And yeah, he seemed pretty convinced at that time, and he said like it is high time that we should go with the substitutes instead of killing live specimens. Oh, and yeah, we also prepared a few other outreach materials like this conservation booklet, which happens to be the first amphibian conservation booklet in Nepal, and more posters in local language, which says that an average people kill or even hunt 50 to 100 frogs at one take. And also even if a female lays hundreds of eggs, only a few of them could make it to the adulthood. So if you collect 50 or 100 adult frogs at one time, then you can think about how fast the amphibians will be wiped out of your environment. So we're trying to stress over that matter. And again, I was lucky to get another project in Bhojpur district, eastern part of Nepal, trying to work over the paha hunting and conservation issues in Nepal, and doing more outreach work with the community, with the school kids. And then, oops, sorry, spoiler. And yeah, and after that, I had applied for a program in UC Santa Cruz, California. And this was such a fantastic program, the Coastal Science and Policy, where they prepare the rising conservation leaders with multidisciplinary approach. And we're learning like science, social science, economics, policy, governance, communication, and on top, we're learning how to do it right. So it was like the best thing that ever happened. So I came to California and met Dr. Crary Krieger after working with him since so many years. So it was like really, a dream come true even to meet him in person. And by this, I want to end my presentation with this beautiful quote from Dr. Jane Goodall. So the least I can do is speak out for those who cannot speak for themselves. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Biraj.
Thank you. I hope that was real quick.
Yeah, you've got 6 minutes, so let's see what kind of questions.
Okay. Sure.
So that people can find your stuff up in the Save the Frogs Academy Nepal course. And looks like Guru Raja liked it, so that's good.
Thank you.
Who has questions, send them in. I also put up Biraj's websites and Twitter, LinkedIn, email. Stay in touch with Biraj. Biraj's been a long time Save the Frogs volunteer, gotten a ton of stuff done on behalf of frogs, and looks like a lot more coming up.
Yep.
Anyone has questions, send them in. And let's see, we are... All right, let's see. Conservation of amphibians in Sudur Pashim.
Oh, yeah, right.
Anything?
So, yeah, I don't think much is happening around Sudur Pashim. I was only able to work in Manaslu, which is still the Midwestern, not exactly Midwestern, Western part of the country. So, yeah, much needs to be done in the Sudur Pashim province. And yeah, maybe we could come with a plan, Omkar. Yeah, sure. Stay in touch.
Biraj, I have a question. You've been involved in the Nepalese amphibian scene for quite a while. How do you think it's changed since 2013 or so? What do you think has been the impact of Save the Frogs there?
Oh, right. Yeah, I just missed this one. I guess actually, even the conservation is really at slow pace. There have already been there are researchers who have been working with the research part of the frogs, especially even folks, even yeah, colleagues have been very successful in documenting some of the very interesting pieces of information. Like recently, there were two papers about frog eating frog, which is called anerophagy in the language of science. So one of our colleagues discovered that piece of information, and before that, there were also cases of intraspecific amplexus, which is like mating between closely related species of frogs. So those kind of information really helps us to get going and keep advocating frogs in with time. So I really want to give a shout out to them.
All right, send in your questions for Biraj or Guru Raja or any of the presenters who are still on. If there is anybody else out there, any kind of questions. All right, so this just about concludes round 4 or so of the Save the Frogs World Summit today. I've been on here for 9.5 hours. We had about an hour and a half break in there. So all kinds of amphibian education.
Seems like you're hanging in there.
Hanging in. I'm about to go to sleep. We'll be back in about 10 hours or so. Let me just state precisely when things get going again. All right, so 7:45 a.m. Los Angeles time. That's 11:45. That's about 10 hours and 15 minutes from now. So everyone's got a 10-hour and 15-minute break, and then we'll be back here for another 3 or 4 hours worth of presentations. So I hope you all can make it back. When you get a chance, get on social media, share, savethefrogs.com/summit, and you can get on that page to look at the schedule too. And if you're on Twitter or Instagram, use @SaveTheFrogs. Go follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, and everywhere else. And let's see, I guess I'll do a musical outro here. Now, Biraj, before I do that, if you feel like singing Resham Feedi D, I could, but I don't remember it well enough. But if any of you Nepalese want to sing that, I won't put you on the spot. But
yeah, I think we have a Manoj Pokharel, who is also a musician, good musician. I think he will help you out, I guess, rather than me.
Manoj is a Save the Frog scholarship recipient.
Right.
Theory. Let's see. All right, well, if he chats in, otherwise I'll prepare my Bonsuri. And maybe, let's see what I'll play. If anyone has a raga request, you can send it in right now. All right, we also have a question for Biraj. What was the expression regarding local tribes in Bajang or any local tribes while talking about Save the Frogs? What's the response you get from the local people?
Oh, actually, I don't have experience in Bajang, but in my work, but during my work with Manaslu people, they were really receptive because they knew the frogs are declining at an unprecedented rate. And yeah, if someone like me who comes from outside of their community and trying to promote or even trying to conserve frogs or amphibians in their locality, and they were like really impressed and really committed and also I really found them coordinating in forming the amphibian conservation groups, especially the women's. They're like really raising their voice and discouraging all the activities of the male members, male counterparts of their communities, because actually males are the ones who have been, doing all the intentional killings, recreational killings to serve their taste buds. So which was really, yeah, unethical even to the female members from their communities. So it was like really good, and also it provided an edge over, uh, community conservation.
Thanks, Biraj. All right, I have a question for all you people out there. Some of you, I believe, are brand new to Save the Frogs. If this is your first ever Save the Frogs experience, maybe you can just send in a chat with a sentence or two about what's been going on in your frog world today, how it's been for you. And welcome Nurul Islam from Bangladesh. And I believe he was going to moderate for a few hours, but maybe he was sleeping late. But don't worry, because it's been all right. Nurul, you're welcome back in 10 hours and 15 minutes as well. Nurul Islam, longtime Save the Frogs volunteer. All right, now for a musical outro. And I'm going to play Muddy Cones. Muddy Cones.
I'm a great fan of your Bansuri. Please keep playing.
Thank you so much. I am Save the Frogs founder, Dr. Carrie Krieger, and thank you so much for being here for the Save the Frogs World Summit. We will continue in about 10 hours. I will see you online, hopefully, in 10 hours. Have a good day or a good night wherever you are in the world. Bye. Thank you so much to all the presenters also.